Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Okay,
Am
sir.
I audible there?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Acha, and my screen, can you see my screen? I'm
Yes,
sharing
yes.
my screen.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
A very good morning to our respected head, Professor Jeba Akil, ma'am, our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Manjur Ali, and all online and offline faculties member. On the behalf of Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, I, Dr. Mohammad Jasimuddin Khan, Assistant Professor of Psychology, on the 8th day of our International Faculty Development Program, I am going to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Manjur Ali. He is an eminent researcher and currently working as an assistant professor at Giri Institute of Development Studies, Lucknow. He has published a book titled Textile Under Neoliberalism in India and has numerous research papers in national and international journals as well as chapters in book. He has presented his research at various national and international seminars and conferences. Dr. Ali's research interests include health, water and sanitation, and budget and governance studies in India. Dr. Ali completed his PhD at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, on the topic focusing on the impact of liberalization on the handloom industries, specifically the Muslim weavers of Banaras. Before joining Gates, Dr. Ali worked as research officer at the Center for Budget and Governance Accountability, CBGA, in New Delhi. During his time at CBGA, he led several important projects such as tracking policy and budgetary commitments for drinking water and sanitation in select states, public policies and investment for the welfare of children in urban poverty in India. Next, tracking fund utilization in the National Rural Drinking Water Program and Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan in Shihor district, Madhya Pradesh. Whereas at Giri Institute of Development Studies, Dr. Ali has completed several projects that have informed state policies, including OBC reservation in urban local bodies of Uttar Pradesh, mapping access to health facilities for Muslims in Uttar Pradesh, marginalization and social exclusion of scheduled tribes in Uttar Pradesh, time and work study of Panchayati Raj functionaries in Uttarakhand, changing loyalty in electoral politics in Uttar Pradesh, study of marginalized groups. Dr. Ali has also been a guest faculty at the Nelson Mandela Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Today, he will discuss on the topic project proposal. In the next 2 hours, we have the opportunity to learn from Dr. Ali's experiences, insights, and practical tips that will enhance our ability to articulate projects ideas effectively. Welcome you, sir. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for such a generous introductions. And at the very onset, I would like to, thank the department and its head, Jeba ma'am, for giving me this space and opportunity to present my views and share my experience, especially the topic which is very closer to my heart. And this has been like bread and butter for us, doing research, writing research proposals, and attracting grants from different institutions, actually. And I would also like to thank the faculty, the hardworking faculty of Integral University and the department, especially in the context that I asked for preponement of this my session, because I have another engagement in the second half, and I requested them, and they really and readily agree to prepone my lecture. And so thank you so much for this opportunity. So let's think about my topic that has been allocated to me, is the project proposal, how to write the project proposal, actually. And I'll share my views, like the technical aspect of it and the practical aspect of it. and you'll find the mixture of both the things, that how the project proposal look, technically it should be very sound, but at the same time when you are conceptualizing it, keeping in mind the practicality of the attracting grants on your particular research project. So and I'm not going to you'll find in the presentation itself that I'm talking about the technicality and practicality of, and I'm not going to make a distinction at a different juncture, that this is the practical part or this is the technical part, but you if you find any difficulty in understanding those maneuvering of during my lecture, then you can always be ready to ask me questions, and I'll try to answer it as possible. So now before going into and delving into this the saga of this research proposal, because why I'm saying saga, because today with the coming up of private institutions actually, and along with the public institutions, including cutting in the grants and the public institutions and in the private institutions, many people are institutions and the departments are saying that you have to generate your own resources and through different means, and this is one means through which you can generate grants for the departments. So before that, I hope that many people have touched upon it, but I would like to reiterate the point. मैं हिंदी में भी बोल सकता हूँ या अंग्रेजी चलेगी? I just wanted from the audience actually. Organizer, can you please guide me on these things? What should I do? I mean, I'd continue in English or should I?
Yes, sir. Bilingual will be preferable.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, रिसर्च क्या है ये पहले हम जो है समझ लेते हैं, जो है कि बहुत लोगों ने लंबा लेक्चर सीरीज आपका चल रहा है एंड बहुत लोगों ने इस बारे में बात की होगी, बट आई वुड लाइक टू रिटरेट फ्रॉम माय ओन एक्सपीरियंस एंड पर्सपेक्टिव व्हाट इज रिसर्च बेसिकली. फॉर मी रिसर्च इज, आई मीन, suppose that one individual is writing research proposal, but even your PhD, when you are doing research for your PhD, it is not an individual act. Mind it always that it's not an individual act. There are many people involved into these things: your institutions, your department, yourself, your field, your subject, the information you are gathering from the institutions, from the secondary sources. So there are a number of individual and institutions are involved in giving you this information, and based on those information you are writing your research. So it's practically a human activity, a collaborative human activity. That's what my first point to you is. It's never either you are working in an individual capacity writing research proposal. It has been a collaborative human activities, not an individual activity. So what you does during the social science research, it's also about understanding the social reality of it. Valid and studying and understanding of social reality, and we'll come to this point in a bit moment, how you are going to study what how you will develop your understanding of social reality, but it is also about valid understanding of social reality. Suppose that it means there is a scientific way involved into this gathering of information, processing of the data, and writing those things. It's not something that random facts or random information, or in today's world deep fake knowledge or WhatsApp university knowledge is coming into, and which has no rational behind the information that has been put forward through these social media means and other means. So valid understanding of those social reality is also important, and it should be objective. Objective means you all are researchers, and I'm sure that that we all are individual and situated in certain we all have a social understanding. we have a class, we have a reason, we have other identity, a scriptive identity associated with ourselves. And when we understand particular question, we put up our own biasness into that. So we practically it is impossible to take out 100% of your unbiasedness, but our job is to like minimize those biasness as far as possible and be objective into the research. So collaborative activity और वो सामाजिक जो सच में रियलिटीज है उसको पढ़ना और समझना और ऑब्जेक्टिवली उस चीज को करना, ना कि बायस्ड होके किसी चीज की अंडरस्टैंडिंग रखना जो है, ये एक सोशल साइंस, इसीलिए सोशल में साइंस जो है इन्वॉल्व है जो है, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट समथिंग रैंडम थॉट एंड फैक्ट दैट यू आर bringing in together and it's 1+1 is not adding up as a 2. So it's so objectivity is also very important. Neutrality while you are writing your research or collecting your data, you have to be very objective. Now breaking down this social science research into what simply research means is actually answer to the questions and solution to the problem, and I will come to that what question actually and the solution to the problem. But research particularly means, and I'm just simplifying it for the people, कि आपको एक जो है प्रश्न का उत्तर ढूंढना होता है कि जो है आपके, और मैं इस बात पे आऊंगा कि प्रश्न कैसे आएंगे जो है आपके पास जो है, and it is always purposive investigation and organized inquiry. It's that as I said earlier, that it's not something random fact you collected and which has no basis of it, and it is not adding up, because that for example causal explanation, so A is causing B, so there has to be proper balanced and scientific explanation to the those things, that A is cause of B, the consequences. So it is an organized inquiry, and we'll break it further down when I'll come in a moment. So it is like finding out the solution to the question that is coming to your mind. It is a purposive investigation, and it is of course organized inquiry, not random thought that is coming to your mind. So now, based on this few things, there are we can classify our research actually. So I have there are other things, but I have pointed out few things which are very important, and today's it is in the fashion actually, and especially the last one, it is in the fashion, and I'll come to that. But before that, the most important part as a researcher, something called pure research, and it is coming out of your intellectual capacity of the organization. It is intellectual intellectual curiosity of the individual or a group of a person or a group of individual coming together and trying to find out certain things, and it's a pure based on the your instinct in your intellectual curiosity कि यार हम लोग दो लोग बैठ के कहीं पे बातचीत कर रहे हैं, and of course you are PhD holders, you are teacher, you are a researcher, scholar, and when you are discussing certain phenomena, you find it out something is like यार इस पे कुछ करना चाहिए जो है. I think there is no proper answer we are getting in our discussion. I mean, suppose that we are our seminar room and other places, हम लोग बैठे हुए हैं, बातचीत कर रहे हैं, and we are discussing about different phenomena that is occurring in and around us, and we found that there is no proper explanation or sufficient explanation that is coming for this particular question. So why not let's a particular individual or a group of individual coming together, and let's research it and find out what is happening actually at this level. So that's coming under the pure research. It's purely your intellectual curiosity, but minded that intellectual curiosity is not coming out of vacuum. आप कोई चीज को डिस्कस अगर कर रहे होंगे तो you are not discussing something in the vacuum. Of course it has certain background, and we'll come to that it has its own, social context. It has its own political context in which the pure research is also situated. It's not something in the vacuum. So explanatory research, initial research to form explanatory research. It's like, something which is presenting framework for the future work. So, for example, Jarawas of Andaman Nicobar Island, the tribes, and many people don't know, कि यार वो कौन हैं, उनके लाइफस्टाइल क्या है, उनका सोशल इकोनॉमिक जो है क्या स्ट्रक्चर है, उनके उनके do they have a political capacity, do they have any organization within that? We don't know anything about them practically, because we don't have access to their in a common sense, that because they are protected tribe in India. So suppose that you want to pick up and put up a initial research to put up a framework for the future work, and so it's a explanatory research that is coming. Again, descriptive, but I would like to come to the evaluation studies, because I said in the beginning that this evaluation studies has been the fashion these days. And what is evaluation study? It's kind of applied research only, but it talks about the assessment of the impact. Assessment of the impact of certain schemes, certain policies, certain action taken by the government. So basically, these days, you find that government is giving grants most to the evaluation studies. For example, I'd give you that before this election, general election of 18th Lok Sabha, we found that, government through ICSR, of course, they have given a list of all the centrally sponsored scheme to get evaluated, and its influence, who and at what capacity, at what level actually people have got, a benefit of that. Government wanted to know that. So it's kind of evaluation studies. For example, Ujjwala scheme. उज्ज्वला स्कीम को अगर आप ले लेंगे तो गवर्नमेंट ये जानना चाहती थी कि जो गवर्नमेंट ने जब ये लॉन्च किया तो कौन बेनिफिशरीज हुए, उनके लाइफ में क्या इंपैक्ट पड़ा, और वो क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में। गवर्नमेंट वांटेड टू नो। और इसी तरीके से जो है सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड की स्कीम जो थी, जो है 20-25, उस पे सारे पे जो है गवर्नमेंट ने इवैल्यूएशन स्टडीज पे फंड जो है जनरेट किया था, और उन्होंने जो है एलोकेट किया था इस फंड को, जो अभी रिसेंटली मुझे लगता है 6 महीने पहले, इस इलेक्शन से ठीक पहले। और ये यूपी गवर्नमेंट के पास भी जो प्रपोजल्स आते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल्स, उसमें भी इवैल्यूएशन स्टडीज के बहुत सारे स्कीम्स जो चलते रहते हैं, उस पर इवैल्यूएशन स्टडीज गवर्नमेंट कराते रहती है। तो आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि जो है स्कोप कहाँ पे है। प्योर रिसर्च में जो है आप अपनी अपने क्यूरियोसिटी से जो है आप जो है रिसर्च प्रपोजल तो तैयार कर सकते हैं, पर आपको फंडिंग कहाँ मिलेगी, ये प्रैक्टिकल वे, जो मैं शुरू में कहा था कि टेक्निकल एंड प्रैक्टिकल वे। प्रैक्टिकल वे ये है कि इवैल्यूएशन स्टडीज में जहां पे फंड अवेलेबल है, यू हैव टू बी वेरी कॉशियस अबाउट दैट, and write down the proposal which can attract funds actually. So after this, now if you see this picture, is it visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Sabko, okay. So if you look at this, there is a बंदा, एक आदमी है जो, या वो कोई भी हो सकता है, एक ह्यूमन है, और उसके पास एक बत्ती जल रही है, मतलब इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ आइडिया, it's an idea, and he want to attract fund from number of institutions, individual, rich individuals, companies who give CSR, central social responsibility, and under that there are funds, and then of course government, and there are many universities and international institutions as well. There are people ready to fund this. And you have an idea basically, and you are trying to attract through your this idea some grant. So now what is this idea? What is this concept which can attract money? Your idea, I mean, how legitimate, how valid, how relevant your question is, which can attract grants for you, for your institutions or group of people. So basically, if you look at the technical draft of proposal, you generally start with title, abstract, and when I received the invitation from the department, it was accordingly very technical stepwise request to present my proposal, this presentation. But I found that according to our own experience of 15 years, we found that the title and the abstract is the last thing one should do. You should not come first, the title and the abstract. And that is why I was talking about the social research and the question, but not the title and abstract as it was given to me to present before you. So for me, so question can be intellectual and which give you the pure research, as I said, or evaluative study. But within that, you have to have a question first. Without a question, that you cannot have a research proposal. So that is really important. आपका बुनियाद जो है, आपका जो बुनियाद है, वो पिलर्स होते हैं जिसके ऊपर आप मकान को खड़ा करते हैं. और उसी लिहाज से जो है, मुझे लगता है कि सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होता है आपका क्वेश्चन. और वो क्वेश्चन जो है, कोई मतलब मैं सो रहा हूं और मुझे कोई सपना आया तो चलो इसको रिसर्च प्रपोजल में डाल देते हैं, ऐसा नहीं होता है. As I said, it's not come in a vacuum. It has its own context. It has own social realities, the embedded social embeddedness of the question is really important. That gives the relevancy to your question. So from where it comes from, that question, which can attract grants, it's a personal interest, as I said, in which convert into pure research. Personal interest, of course. For example, I'll give you, I don't know how many of you have read Amitav Ghosh. Amitav Ghosh is a novelist, actually. But if you look at his novels, basically Nutmeg's Curse. If you look at Nutmeg Curse, what is talking about? It's a novel, but at the same time, it has drawn on the many factual historical accounts into that. Now, if you are reading into that and you want to study one particular thing, वो आपको एक इंटरेस्ट जगाता है, एक नोवेल जो अमिताभ घोष ने लिखा है. फॉर उसके और बहुत सारे हैं जो क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में कहते हैं. अब सपोज दैट आप एक उनकी नोवेल को पढ़ रहे हैं और आपको एक आइडिया आता है कि यार ये जो है ना, इससे एक रिसर्च क्वेश्चन डेवलप होता है क्लाइमेट चेंज पे जो है. एंड ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ वेरी वेरी हॉट टॉपिक फॉर रिसर्च प्रपोजल्स, द क्लाइमेट चेंज, व्हिच कैन अट्रैक्ट अ लॉट ऑफ ग्रांट फ्रॉम द फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूशंस क्लाइमेट चेंज पे जो है. सो अगर इस पे कोई कुछ करना चाहता है और एक सिंपल आइडिया उस पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट और पर्सनल रीडिंग से आ जाता है आपके जो है, सो वो क्वेश्चन वहां से भी आ सकता है जो है. मसलन जो है क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड माइग्रेशन पे जो है बहुत सारे हो सकती है. अभी हमारे यहाँ जो है अगस्त में क्लाइमेट चेंज पे एक बहुत बड़ा हम लोग सेमिनार ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं क्लाइमेट चेंज, बिकॉज इट्स अ हॉट टॉपिक. एंड but our understanding is basically from the social point of view, climate change and social impact of and theme into that. So of course personal interest and the personal reading will give you some queries, questions, unanswered thought, which can generate one questions which can एक idea जो है जिंदगी बदल देता है ना. So it's kind of that question should be कि जिंदगी बदल दे जो है, and it can come from your personal interest and reading it. Of course, observation, as you can see, that observations of social reality, because you all are researchers, professor, teachers, and working at and you have a social engagement with your interacting with a lot of people. You are living in a society. You are, identifying certain things are happening, certain changes are happening. Why, for example, in the current election, because it's always, it's a very latest one and very hot one, and हम लोग काफी engaged रहे इसमें जो है as a political science. So I keep on, referring to this general election of 18. There are many things that have happened, and so for example, one can argue that what happened in Odisha actually. What happened to Odisha? Why 24 years of a particular CM rule? And is it just an anti-incumbency, or something else has happened there organizationally, or anything there? So we can have an observation and put up that questions also. And review of literature. Suppose that you are preparing notes for your student. You are reading lots of new literature on that. For example, I know Khurshid Saab teaches public administration, and he's very good at it. So suppose that some development at public administration is happening, and you wanted to probe that question कि यार ये theoretically deviate कर रहा है या कुछ नई चीज आ रही है, what would be the impact of it? So certainly जो है आपके दिमाग में क्वेश्चन आता है बहुत सारी चीज पढ़ते हुए, जो रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर को करते हुए जो है, तो ये इस तरीके से आपको क्वेश्चंस आएंगे जो, बट दैट क्वेश्चन, एंड इफ यू लुक एट माय स्लाइड, एंड द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज दैट इट शुड बी ओरिजिनल क्वेश्चन. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि आप जो है किसी और के क्वेश्चंस को अपना बना लीजिए. दैट इज लाइक technically very ethical wrong. And though I haven't added the ethical part of the writing project and put up the questions, but it is very much there that question of plagiarism comes. You borrow some idea from some book, and you are not giving due recognition to that work, actually a scholarly work. So it should be original idea, it should be original question. क्यों आपको कोई जो है घिसे पीटे बात के लिए जो है पैसे देगा? कोई नहीं देगा, unless and until it is really original things. And वो तभी आएगा जब आप थॉरो रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर कर रहे होंगे, और लेटेस्ट रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर मतलब लिटरेचर तक आप जाते हैं कि ये सारी चीजें क्या अभी तक क्या डिबेट हुआ और इसमें क्या गैप रह गए, तब आपको वो ओरिजिनल क्वेश्चंस निकल के आते हैं. एंड सो दैट इज व्हाई आई थिंक इट्स अ रियली important hard work that you have to put in to come up for the original question. Okay, but एक चीज ये हो सकता है, if you are doing historical, something very historical kind of explanatory research, उसमें historical research में ये होता है कि suppose that एक मुगल के एक पर्टिकुलर पीरियड में जीडीपी का ये स्थिति था. ओके, और इन 19th century, late 19th century, Muslim socio-economic status as per Hunter Commission report 1884 ये था. वो एक historical questions है, and you want to revisit those questions कि नहीं, let us see and try to explain those in a different way. So there the question will be the same, your subject would be same कि जो है ये एक particular टाइम फ्रेम को आप ले रहे हैं स्टडी करने के लिए, और वहां से उसको आप जो है आप कुछ नई फाइंडिंग्स दे रहे हैं सेम क्वेश्चन पे, तो आपका क्वेश्चन सेम रहेगा, लेकिन जब आप उसके नतीजे जो आप जानेंगे न्यू रिसर्च के बेस पे. फॉर एग्जांपल आर्यन डिबेट जो है, आर्यन यहाँ आए थे या नहीं आए थे, वेदर दे हैव कम हियर इन इंडिया फ्रॉम सेंट्रल एशिया, और कहाँ से आए थे कहाँ से नहीं आए थे, and due to the collection of DNA sample in a massive way in America. One organization in America is basically working on the DNA, capturing the DNA of the historical migration, and there is some very interesting facts that are coming up, and you can look at it there. सो उस तरीके के क्वेश्चंस को जो है वो कर सकते हैं। एंड एज आई सेड इट शुड नॉट बी exhaustive questions, बार बार रिपीट किया जाने वाला क्वेश्चन। फॉर एग्जांपल I'll give you one example of it. पंचायती राज पे एक समय में 73rd अमेंडमेंट एंड 74th अमेंडमेंट पे बहुत आपको जो है मतलब काम मिल होने लगा, इतना ज्यादा काम होने लगा है कि थिंग्स हैज बिकम वेरी रिपीटेटिव। एंड इफ यू आर गोइंग टू प्रिपेयर,
करेक्ट बताएंगे नहीं कभी।
इफ यू आर गोइंग टू प्रिपेयर फॉर, hello,
सब कुछ बुकिंग में रखे क्यों बताएं?
and there is some disturbance coming from
देखिए
somewhere.
कैलकुलेटर बुक में चार्ज हो रहा है,
Hello.
देखिए ना सब कैलकुलेटर।
Yeah, thank you. So पंचायती राज के बारे में मैं बोल रहा था कि एग्जॉस्ट हो गया वो आइडियाज जो है, women participation and many other things have come up. Every angle has been probed out. You know, functionaries, finance के ऊपर जो है जो 3 layers होते हैं पंचायती राज के, and it has been like tremendous work has been done. Now, if you are going to propose, for Panchayati Raj as a project, I'm sure you will not get it. Your funding from especially from the government, unless and until that is not an exhausted idea or the borrowed idea. So socially relevant questions, relevance for policymakers has to be there, and academically theoretical progression should be there. These are the 3 things that you should keep in mind while designing your question, thinking about the questions, and and try to attract a fund for the proposal. It should be socially relevant question, and especially if you are applying for the government of Uttar Pradesh or UGC project or ICSI project from them. They always ask you what is the importance. It is there for the policy maker actually. So, and you have to be ready for the unique questions and true questions, because many people go to the Google and what are the relevancy of the policy maker. आजकल चैट जीपीटी हो गया है, लोग वहां जाके पॉलिसी मेकर के रिलेवेंस का जो है कट कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहे हैं. प्लीज डोंट डू दैट. That is not going to give you, because people are smart. 10 पेपर और प्रपोजल देखने के बाद आपको पता चल जाता है कि जो है इसमें जो है प्रॉब्लम है, जो है आप ऐसा वो कहीं से कॉपी किया हुआ है जो है. So please don't do that. Academically, theoretically, it has to be progression. For example, let's discuss about the democracy and I don't know how many of heard about the social capital, Robert Putnam's idea, social capital, and it has been, for example, multiculturalism. Multiculturalism has been a debate, including India, whether India is a multicultural democracy or not, whether West is multicultural or not. Especially it is coming from Canada, European countries, and now there has been lots of criticism from the West itself to the multicultural idea, multicultural democracy, that how it is a problematic idea for them, for the West people, and so they are looking it at very critically, and that has been sign of rise of a right-wing politics in the Western countries, especially European countries. So theoretical progressions को भी दिमाग में आपके रखना पड़ेगा, जो है कि आप किसी थ्योरी को अगर ले रहे हैं और उस क्वेश्चन का वो क्वेश्चन अगर किसी थ्योरी से रिलेटेड है, डेमोक्रेसी है, उसके अंदर में जो है इंडियन गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटिक्स है, कंपैरेटिव पॉलिटिक्स है, बहुत सारी चीजें, तो वो उसके जो थ्योरीज होते हैं उसमें बहुत ही वेल बिल्ट होना चाहिए, और वो आपको वेल वर्स होना चाहिए कि हाँ इसमें लेटेस्ट डिबेट यहाँ तक आ चुका है, और आपको जो है मतलब उसके आगे के बियॉन्ड आपको जो है क्या आप सजेस्ट कर पाओगे. तो आज के डेट में जो है प्राइवेट फंडर्स, जैसा मैंने कहा कि प्राइवेट फंड 2 तरह के फंडर्स होते हैं, गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट फंडर्स, स्पेशली जो CSR जो है, कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी वाले जो लोग हैं जो है वो आउटकम ओरिएंटेड होते हैं. और आउटकम ओरिएंटेड का मतलब होता है कि भाई और वो अपने इंस्टीट्यूशंस के, बहुत सारे CSR ने आइडेंटिफाई कर रखा है, जो है उन्होंने अपने NGOs बना रखे हैं, जो है CSOs बना रखे हैं, सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उसी को वो फंड करते हैं, और उसके जरिए वो जो है कुछ एरिया को आइडेंटिफाई किए रहते हैं और उसमें वो जो है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का काम करते हैं। स्पेशली एजुकेशन के काम में बहुत सारे लोग इन्वॉल्व है जो है। तो वो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग बॉडीज को ढूंढते हैं और रिसर्च को बहुत ज्यादा जो तवज्जो नहीं दे रहे हैं आजकल प्राइवेट फंडर्स। वो ओरिएंटेशन बेस्ड है जो है, मतलब रिजल्ट को जो है वो चाहिए, तो वो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे जो है आइडेंटिफाई पार्टनर्स को पैसे देते हैं और वहां पे वो काम कराते हैं। इट इज लाइक दैट। सो प्राइवेट फंडर्स जो है इस तरीके, फॉर एग्जांपल मैं देता हूं आपको, अजीम प्रेम जी इज अ वेरी 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 गुड फंडर्स। आप पहले टाटा ट्रस्ट था जो बहुत अच्छा फंड देता था। आज के डेट में प्राइवेट फंडर्स में आई थिंक अजीम प्रेम जी फाउंडेशन इज द बेस्ट फाउंडेशन। But for that, they try to give it to their CSOs actually, which is implementing body at the grassroots level, and they try to measure the outcome after 3 years of funding or 4 years of funding or 5 years of funding. Government ka you can always try as the institutions, and if there is a very good proposal, I think you can get it, and from the different department, by the way, not only from the ICSR I am talking about. There are different ministries: Ministry of Minority Affairs, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and other departments. They have certain research grants for them, and you can look at those grants and try to find out. उनका जो है ज्यादातर ये रहता है कि भाई उनका आउटकम्स में इंप्रूवमेंट इन एसडीआईस हो रहा है कि नहीं। स्पेशली आई डोंट नो यू एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के बारे में कितने लोग जानते हैं, बट यूपी के अंदर बहुत सारे एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं जो नीति आयोग ने अकॉर्डिंग टू 3 कंडीशनैलिटी, स्पेशली हेल्थ, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट और सोशल बेसिक कम्युनिटीज के एजुकेशन के बेस पे उन्होंने एक इंडेक्स तैयार किया हुआ है। एंड आई थिंक यूपी हैज फेयर अमाउंट ऑफ एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट, एंड वो लोग चाहते हैं कि जो है वहां पे वो इम्प्रूवमेंट हो एसडीआई का। फॉर एग्जांपल जो एजुकेशन में इम्प्रूवमेंट हो, हेल्थ में इम्प्रूवमेंट हो, बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर को डिलीवर करने में इम्प्रूवमेंट हो जो। तो इस तरीके का जो है वो रिसर्च चाहते हैं। और इसीलिए जब मैंने कहा कि रिलेवेंसी फॉर पॉलिसी मेकर, तो आपके क्वेश्चन जो है गवर्नमेंट को ये सजेस्ट कर सके कि लुक, my finding is going to help you to solve the government's problem. For example, child protection, women and child departments का जो है, and they are very keen on child protection schemes, how it is working, especially child labor. So they along with UNICEF as an organization, UNICEF is a partner with Women and Child Development Department, and वो बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं grassroots level पे, and they also give fund and proposal to the people. So I think those who are looking at writing proposal, you can always write proposal to the this UNICEF as well, and they are the good funder. Now, title and abstract, I said that it's naturally come first technically, but it should not, as when you're writing in the process, it should come in the last. So I leave it to that there on. उसके बाद हम आते हैं कि रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर। रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर, अगर वो क्वेश्चन आपका जो है सिंपल रीडिंग से आ रहा है, ऑब्जर्वेशन से आ रहा है, तो रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर एक बड़ा ही इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है जो है। आप देख रहे होंगे कि जो है मैंने एक तस्वीर लगाई है जो है, एक रास्ता है जो आपको डोर तक पहुंचा रहा है। देयर इज अ पाथ। रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर इज दैट पाथ एक्चुअली। कैन यू सी? कैन यू समवन प्लीज रिस्पॉन्ड दैट यू कैन सी?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay, thank you so much. So that review of literature is a kind of a path. अगर आपका रास्ता गलत होगा तो आप गलत जगह पहुंच जाएंगे. You will be at the wrong place at the wrong time. So review of literature is really a very important step in the whole of the exercise, I think. You know, it's लेसर अंडरस्टैंडिंग अबाउट अ रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर को मैं जो है थोड़ा सा आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि एक्चुअली होता क्या है जो रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर में जो लोग गलतियां क्या करते हैं. देयर आर मेनी पीपल एंड आई हैव सीन many scholars, PhD scholars from the Lucknow University and other places, that they commit a common mistake of it. And I don't know why people don't, I think it's a norm to write like that, but I think it's not a good idea to write in a particular fashion review of literature when you are writing it. Let me show you one picture, and you can see lots of bead on the left hand side. You have lots of colorful beads. Okay, you can see there. अब एक जब रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर लिखते हैं तो लोग क्या करते हैं कि एक बुक पढ़ते हैं, दे रीड वन बुक and summarize in a one paragraph, then followed by another book. It's like summarizing, and they keep on going as a review of literature. I think it's a BA level idea, and at the BA level and graduation and post graduation level till MA, I think it's okay, fine, chalta hai. But not at the when you are writing research proposal, not in the PhD level, at least at the PhD level. It should not look like spread, not connected thing. That एक किताब ये बोल रही है, दूसरी किताब ये बोल रही है, तीसरी किताब ये बोल रही है, चौथी किताब ये बोल रही है, and that is the end of your review of literature. No, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए. What you should do actually is that you read those things, read those books in a very, very, very sequence, in a sequence order, in a order, in a debate wise. That debate, any particular book can pick up the debate in 2024. So you can read 2024 book. That's not a problem. But the debate should be starting from where it should start. Suppose that one has to discuss about the tolerance, for example. So I think tolerance का पूरा debate कब शुरू होता है? Tolerance का debate जो John Locke है, those who are from political science must be knowing that. I mean, if you look at the modern political history, John Locke is a fellow who fairly discussed about the tolerance, and it is like in 17th century. So if you have to contextualize those debates if you are looking at the tolerance. For example, if you are looking at the democracy itself, if you are looking at the liberal idea, if you are looking at the multiculturalism, if you are looking at the decentralization of the governance, you have to go back to as far as possible in your literature, and from there you have to pick the progression of the debate and the debate, the discussion that is happening around the particular question, how it is improving. So one by one, you read all the in a very sequence order, and then as a review of literature, you should write as an essay. That it's a kind of a complete article in itself. That review of literature is not a disaggregated, scholarly information. It should come as I say that in a left, right hand side, you say that uski mala piroi gayi hai. रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर अलग अलग बीट्स नहीं है, अलग अलग तिनके नहीं है, उस तिनकों को जोड़ के एक घर बनाया जाता है, एक आर्गुमेंट बनाया जाता है. एंड व्हाई इफ यू गो इन अ वेरी sequence manner, in a very, very gradual and progression manner as debate is progressing, and then you'll find it out the gap that we are talking about, that uniqueness of your question and relevancy of the question will be much bigger and much larger when you go in this sequence order. अगर आप वैसे जाएंगे. Now, अगर उसको separate आप, as I said, the separate आप deal करेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी आपको जो है. It should tell or capture a story on the subject. And what is your subject? I'll come to that in a moment. So if you look, आपको subject समझना पड़ेगा. And it, as I said, it helps in the contextualization of your research question particularly. अदरवाइज आप मिस कर जाएंगे, गैप को फाइंड नहीं कर पाएंगे अगर आप सीक्वेंस वे में नहीं जा रहे हैं। इट इज रियली प्रॉब्लमेटिक हो जाएगा जो आपके लिए जो है। तो रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर मैं मानता हूं कि इट्स अ पाथ, इट्स अ फाउंडेशन which leads you to a particular door, and you can see that I have put a picture of a door. You are at the door. वो रास्ता आपको एक अच्छे दरवाजे के पास लेके आया हुआ है। You can see that. Once introduction तब आता है, and that door is an introduction. आप लोग अपने अपने घरों में रहते हैं, बहुत सारे लोगों ने जो है घर बनवाए भी होंगे। Many people knew about the elevation of the house. Elevation के बारे में लोग बहुत बात करते हैं। घर के बारे में जब elevation की बात करते हैं तो it should be like it should introduce जो इसके अंदर लोग रहते हैं उनके कैरेक्टर के बारे में बताता है। वो elevation उनके सोच के बारे में बताता है, वो बहुत कुछ रिफ्लेक्ट करता है, मैनिफेस्ट करता है। So that elevation is really important, and that is why introduction comes next. आप अभी ये मैं प्रैक्टिकल बात बता रहा हूँ, ऐसा ये सीक्वेंस में नहीं होगा। रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर इंट्रोडक्शन के बाद आता है माइंड, बट जब आप लिखने जा रहे हैं, जब आप प्रोसेस में रहते हैं, तो पहले आप क्वेश्चन को ढूंढते हैं जो कि रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर से आ सकता है, तमाम जगह से आ सकता है, और फिर आप इंट्रोडक्शन के बारे में रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर पढ़ने के बाद जो है उस पर जाते हैं। So that is a practical way of going, and dealing with your writing proposal. ठीक है, उसका सीक्वेंस आप फिर बाद में जो जैसे अकॉर्डिंगली जो है डिमांड होता है रिसर्च एजेंसीज की, जब ग्रांट एजेंसीज की, तो वो आप उसको जो है वैसे डील कर सकते हैं। बट दिस इज अ वेरी प्रैक्टिकल वे ऑफ लुकिंग एट फर्स्ट रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर और इंटेलेक्चुअल क्यूरियोसिटी क्वेश्चन दैट इज कमिंग, इट शुड रिलेवेंट। अभी तक जो हमने पढ़ा कि वो रिलेवेंट होना चाहिए, सोशली रिलेवेंट, पॉलिटिकली पॉलिसी मेकर रिलेवेंसी, और एकेडमिकली थ्योरेटिकल प्रोग्रेशंस भी होने चाहिए उसके साथ। एंड जब रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर हो जाता है तो देन यू कम टू द नेक्स्ट पड़ाव, एंड दैट इज इंट्रोडक्शन। तो इंट्रोडक्शन में जो है, as I said that review of literature leads you to the introduction, और वो टॉपिक्स आप एक ग्रैंडर्स क्रिएट करते हैं उस पूरे चीज का, जो अपने अपने जो आपके मेन कंटेंट्स होने वाले हैं, मेन डिबेट्स होने वाले हैं, और आपके जो आप आइडिया रिसर्च क्वेश्चन पुट अप करने वाले हैं, वो सारी चीजें जो है आपको जो है इंट्रोडक्शंस के अंदर जो है आपको दिखनी चाहिए, वो रिफ्लेक्ट करनी चाहिए। इसीलिए जो है ये इंट्रोडक्शन जो है इतना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। आपको जो है टॉपिक्स, रिलेवेंसी ऑफ डिबेट, वो सारी चीज आप उसको जो है बताते हैं। और आपको जो है टाइम्स देन इन टेक्निकल प्रपोजल आप देखते हैं इंट्रोडक्शन, मतलब मैंने जो अभी बताया कि जो है टेक्निकल प्रपोजल्स में आपको जो इंट्रोडक्शन, रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर वो आते हैं, बट द गैप्स जो है आपको फाइंड आउट करने पड़ते हैं, जो आपको जस्टिफाई करता है रिलेवेंसी को। जो है जब आप रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर से ही आप जो है उस गैप को फाइंड आउट करेंगे, और वही गैप आपके रिलेवेंसी है कि भाई इतनी स्टडीज हुई हैं, ये एरिया मिस है, इस पे कोई आंसर नहीं है, एंड माय रिसर्च क्वेश्चन व्हिच इज दिस इज गोइंग टू आंसर दिस गैप्स। सो वो लोगों को लगता है कि जो है, जो स्क्रूटनाइज करते हैं कि हाँ इस बंदे ने जो है सही मायने में रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर किया, उससे इसने गैप्स को फाइंड आउट किया है। तो अगर आप ऐसा नहीं करते हैं तो आप देखिए एक व्यक्ति जो गोल गोल घूम रहा है जो उस तस्वीर में, एंड यू फाइंड आउट दैट योर रिसर्च प्रपोजल इज एक्चुअली लाइक गोल गोल घूम रहा है जो है, एंड it's repeating, end up repeating the same question. It's not research, it's like moving around and without any relevancy of your question. तो वो इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है आपको जो है रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर में गैप को फाइंड आउट करना, और इंट्रोडक्शन में आप पूरे चीज को आप जो है एक ग्रैंडुअर जो अंदर आने वाला है उसको आप प्रेजेंट करते हैं जो है। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं। अब हम इंट्रोडक्शन के बाद जो है विल मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, और सॉरी या रिसर्च क्वेश्चन और स्टेटमेंट। अब रिसर्च क्वेश्चन मैंने बताया कि कैसे फाइंड आउट करेंगे, एंड इट्स ए स्टेटमेंट। आपको स्टेटमेंट भी दे सकते हैं, आप रिसर्च स्टेटमेंट दे सकते हैं। But there is a difference between giving a research statement. Statement आप जो है ये दे सकते हैं कि जो है I am going to find it out this particular thing. For example, मैं क्लाइमेट चेंज से ताजमहल पे होने वाले इम्पैक्ट को, उसके मार्बल पे जो इम्पैक्ट आया हुआ है, मैं उसको एक चीज देखना चाहता हूँ. दैट इज माय स्टेटमेंट. हो गया. बट दैट इज वो बहुत कुछ नहीं बताता है जो है. It's an abstract, it's a vague thing that is coming up, but research question, and आपके proposal में research question होना चाहिए, research statement नहीं होने चाहिए. तो वो research question क्या है जो? What is your research question actually? Research question forces the researcher to be more explicit about what is to be investigated. क्या एक particular explicit चीज आप जो है देखने जा रहे हैं जो है, उस चीज को जो है बयां करेगा आपका जो है रिसर्च क्वेश्चन. आप एक वेग स्टेटमेंट, यू कैन नॉट मेक अ वेग स्टेटमेंट. एंड रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस फोर्सेस रिसर्चर टू कम अप विद द एक्सप्लिसिट, बिल्कुल एक पर्टिकुलर आपको जो है सवाल निकाल के आपको रखने पड़े. और इसीलिए मैंने कहा नेक्स्ट पॉइंट पे, इट शुड एंड अप विद द क्वेश्चन मार्क. दैट क्वेश्चन, रिसर्च क्वेश्चन पर्टिकुलरली हैव अ रिसर्च क्वेश्चन मार्क. अब मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूं. मैंने कहीं पे रिसर्च किया था इंट्रोडक्शन के दौरान, जो हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज के बारे में जो मैंने रिसर्च किया था, जो इंट्रोडक्शन में बताया गया था मेरे बारे में, तो उसी से मैंने ये क्वेश्चंस ड्रॉ किए हैं. एंड एक्चुअली इट वाज व्हाट आई वाज डूइंग इज दैट आई वाज मैपिंग एक्सेस टू द हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज बाय द मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी इन द उत्तर प्रदेश. Mapping access of health facilities by the Muslim community in Uttar Pradesh. अब आप इसमें बहुत सारे आप देखेंगे. नंबर 1 स्टेट आ गया, सब्जेक्ट आ गया मुस्लिम, और आपका जो है एक एरिया आ रहा है, ब्रॉडर एरिया हेल्थ का आ रहा है. हेल्थ के अंदर भी एक क्वेश्चन आ रहा है कि हेल्थ एक्सेस, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट हेल्थ एक्सेस by this community. So I'll come to the when we are putting up the titles, how you are going to put up, it should be very clear and all that. वो उस पे मैं आऊंगा. तो आप देखो, जब मैंने particular question put up किया, I have put up a very particular questions. I haven't make a statement of. For example, what is the health profile? It can be simple, but it should be in a question form. Absolutely. And why it should be in a question form? That question particularly guide you. आप जैसे एक स्टेटमेंट करके मैंने आज सोचा, I have dreamed of that, look, I can do a research on these things, and next day I forget about it. But when you put up a particular question, there are less chances of forgetting about it because you have a particular questions about it. So what is the health profile of the community in the locality? Health profiling. I'm going to do the community, localities, health profile. What are the factors conditioning the current status of health among the Muslim community? So I am going to look at the current status and what factors are pushing for the current status of the Muslim community in particular localities. What is the status of health infrastructure in the area dominated by the Muslim? So I am going to probe about the health infrastructure, both public and private, both in rural and urban, both male and female, and of course children and other people. So they all are my subject area. Okay. So I am going to look at the health infrastructure in both rural and urban. Okay. What is the attitude of the health provider toward the Muslims in the locality? Now I am going to look at the health providers attitude. जो लोग हेल्थ सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, बी इट हॉस्पिटल एज ए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उसके डॉक्टर्स, उसमें नर्स, उसमें गवर्नमेंट के जो है वो हेल्थ प्रोवाइडर हो सकते हैं, आशा हो सकती है, एनएम हो सकती हैं, और जो गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स में वार्ड बॉयज यूज हो सकते हैं. एक पर्टिकुलर लोग हो सकते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशन हो सकता है जिसका मैं एक एटीट्यूड के बारे में जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये क्या बिहेवियर है इनका एक पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी के को लेके जो है। नाउ how health policies of center and state government is affecting the community. That is again a very important part of it. So this is how you are going to put up a question, research question in your question, not as a statement. Okay. So I think it's very clear. That is why I put up this mapping health facilities question. Now look at the types of research question. There are research, as I said, there is a type of research, there are type of research question, research question, there are types of research question. So what kind of a research question that you can put up? Now look at the predicting an outcome. इस तरीके के भी क्वेश्चंस को आप पुट अप कर सकते हैं which can predict an outcome. For example, I have given you an example and it's really important to look at those examples. For example, why revolution happened or why people revolt. There is a very, very famous book and by Why Men Rebel by Ted Gurr. It's really important book, very classic book in terms if you want to understand the why people rebel against the authority, rebel against the institution, and he used the frustration and aggression, combination of these things against institution, policies of the against the government, which frustrate people. And Ted Gurr is saying that it just not frustration leads people to rebel. Actually, it is like sustained frustration through different means actually put people in a particular sport where they find it to revolt. So it's a very classic book for political scientists and other people, historical researcher, that you should read these books. Why Men Rebel. And there is another book that I would like to mention, and it's a very classic Hannah Arendt book, The Totalitarian. It's a masterpiece written by Hannah. She was Jewish and executed by the at that time of the Nazi government. So if you look at the Hannah Arendt books, The Totalitarian, and she is like talking about what contributes a society, a polity to be totalitarian. क्यों ऐसा होता है कि कोई समाज, कोई राजनीति टोटलिटेरियन स्टेट में कैसे कन्वर्ट होती है? Why it targets its minority? Why it does what it does in a particular fashion? And it's a very classic book, widely quoted book. One can read in you most of you are like in summer vacations. If you want to read something classic, Hannah Arendt book, I would suggest. So predicting those kind of things, you can put up the question. Explanatory questions you can put up, which is like cause and consequence. And I'd again give you example of A plus B leading to C. For example, I'd give you that WTA, World Trade Agreement, in 1994 or somewhere, how that World Trade Agreements and the ATA agreements, agriculture trade agreements, happened at the WTO level, and how it impacted the handloom in India. Actually, policies पे वहां पे एग्रीमेंट हुआ, और बनारस के जो बुनकर हैं, एक खास हैंडलूम के जो सिल्क साड़ी बनाते थे, उनके ऊपर कैसे इम्पैक्ट होता है, उतने बड़े लेवल के पॉलिसीज का वो डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट यहाँ पे किस तरीके से होता है, वो कैसे बेरोजगार हो जाते हैं, उनके कल्चर्स पे कैसे इम्पैक्ट होता है उस बेरोजगारी से, उस पॉलिसीज से. सो द पॉलिसी इज A policy is leading to a consequence B. इस तरीके के भी आप क्वेश्चंस जो पुटअप कर सकते हैं जो है ना। एम्पावरमेंट के क्वेश्चंस हो सकते हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल कि अगर हम ऐसा करेंगे तो ऐसा मैं I would like to pick up one category, social category called Dalit and women, especially here, that we talked about empowerment of theirs. And if you look at the Constituent Assembly debate, which adopted the reservation policy for Dalit, and what was the understanding of the founding fathers of the our nation, and they really wanted to empower this community because for 1,000 years they were disempowered at the bottom of the society, these things. So that was not at all a compensation for the historical injustice committed against them. That was never meant. But वो ये था कि इनको सोसाइटी के मेन स्ट्रीम में लाने के लिए आपको ये चीजें देनी पड़ेगी. फॉर एग्जांपल फंडामेंटल राइट्स में जो अनटचेबिलिटीज को हटाया जाना जो है, it's a kind of empowerment, and the reservation policies have been acted as an empowerment for them. And recently the previous government, 17th Lok Sabha, adopted the empowerment of women through the reservation policy, although there has been lots of critique to that, and we are not going to discuss here right now. But of course, that is there as a policy. No, you can put up comparative questions, like do A and B differ from X and Y? So for example, I suppose that you are working in water and sanitation, health departments. So there has been, you all know that Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, how, so you can put up a question like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, how it is better, or what was the nature of it, how it is better or not better than Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan. Okay, so Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan was led by UPA government, United Progressive Alliance government, under the leadership of Manmohan Singh. So Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan was there, and then Swachh Bharat Abhiyan came, and it was nothing but a renaming of this Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. But there has been, qualitative and quantitative improvement from the Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan to the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and one must accept that. And I'll give you one example of that increment of amount on the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan from 6,000 to now I think they give 12,000 rupees, 6 plus 6,000 rupees to construct a toilet. And of course, there are other departments, line departments of the government of India aligned together, and like नरेगा का भी जो है इसमें कुछ स्कीम के चलते जो है वो श्रमदान करके जो है लोग जो है जो पुअर पीपल जिनको मिलता है उनको जो है वो दे सकते हैं. Just hold on, let me drink some water and then I'll come back. Now, ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग, अब हम फेज में जा रहे हैं रिसर्च प्रपोजल के. I said that I'll come back to the subject in a moment, and this is where I'm dealing 2-3 things. आपने मेरे क्वेश्चन जो मैंने जो है मुस्लिम एक्सेस हेल्थ एक्सेस बाय द मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी इन उत्तर प्रदेश आपने देखा होगा. एक्चुअली वो मैं जानबूझ के रखा था. मुस्लिम एज अ सब्जेक्ट आता है, ठीक है. लोकेशन मेरा जो है उत्तर प्रदेश था. सो 2 things are clear pretty. The time frame, I'll come to that. So you have to decide that research question जो आ रहा है वो आपके किस विषय में है, किसके लिए है, आपका सब्जेक्ट ऑफ प्रोब कौन है, किसके लिए वो क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं. या इंडिविजुअल एक्टिविटीज को लेके आप जो है यू वांट टू डू रिसर्च कि फॉर एग्जांपल हाउ मेनी पीपल आफ्टर कमिंग ऑफ maybe free internet by the Jio for some time. I think you remember that. फ्री इंटरनेट मिला था बहुत दिन तक के जियो सिम पे जो है. काफी लोग जो है. So you can, have a look at the behavioral choice of the individual and the screen timing. कितना स्क्रीन टाइम ये लोग जो है लोग देने लगे थे फ्री इंटरनेट पे, और उसके बाद जब पे होने लगा तो कितना स्क्रीन टाइम कम हुआ, या वो आदत लगी तो वो उसके लिए अब जो है ज्यादा पैसा आपको पॉकेट से निकालने में कोई परहेज नहीं है. सो देयर इज यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड कि कोई चीज फ्री नहीं होता, पहले आपको आदत धराई जाती है और उसके बाद आप उसके लिए पे करने लगते हैं जो है बहुत इजीली जो है. सो यू कैन प्रूव दैट कि स्क्रीन टाइमिंग कितनी हुई, फ्री अगर जो है आपको इंटरनेट दे दिया जाए तो आपकी स्क्रीन टाइमिंग कितनी होगी जो है, ये हो सकता है. नाउ एक आप जो है कम्युनिटी के बारे में आप जो है वो कर सकते हैं, रेस, क्लास, कास्ट, रिलीजियस ग्रुप, और आप क्लाइमेट, इन्वायरमेंट, इस इन सब चीजों पे आपका एक सब्जेक्ट हो सकता है. बट ये सब्जेक्ट बहुत वाइड हो जा रहा है. सपोज दैट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट रेस, क्लास, कास्ट, रिलीजन बहुत वाइड हो जा रहा है. देन विद इन रिलीजियस ग्रुप, then within the community, then within the caste, you have to go further down. That whether you are looking, you can, of course, you can look at the कुछ सोशोलॉजिस्ट जो है काम करते हैं कि कास्ट के बिहेवियर पे. इफ यू रीड द, I don't know, how many people know about the Sanskritization process. In 1950s, M.N. Srinivasan has talked about Sanskritization of the, and from Sanskritization to someone is writing the Bunyanization of the politics and society and all that. So एक कम्युनिटी के बारे में जो है आप कहाँ से कहाँ तक जो है ट्रेवल कर रहे हैं वो आपको देखना पड़ेगा. जो है बहुत layers हैं within the community. Whether you want to look at the changes in the caste practices overall macro picture, or within a particular caste, the how caste practices has been changed and all that, or in inter-caste or intra-caste जो है relationship के बारे में आप जो probe करना चाहते हैं, you have to decide. You can be at the community level, but then it would be a bigger picture. If you are going at the bottom level, then you have to find out the individual caste, particular caste, and the behavior and how they are coping up with, and how there has been change of behavior within themselves and outside the community, the interpersonal relationship, how it is like changing, or has it changed or not. So you can go deeper level. It depends on you, how you are deciding your subject. Then once you find your subject, you have to talk about the Dalit women. So I'm just giving an example. You have to find out the location. Sorry. Suppose that you find out the your subject, and Dalit or caste is your subject. Within that, within caste you go to the Dalit, because you know that caste is not only about Dalit. There are upper caste, so-called general caste, other caste, OBC caste, STs are there. So there are framework in that, and then SC are basically the Dalit people. So if Dalits, you want to talk about Dalits, then you have come down to look at the Dalit. Then you can further go down to the Dalit male or female, so women. And now, if you look at the location, I would say rural women. Now you have pointed out the location, rural Dalit women. Now let's go further and try to probe out the your location, Dalit women, rural Dalit women in Vidarbha region. Vidarbha region is in Maharashtra, and you know that it is a cotton producing land, and water is scarce over there. So what is happening? How Dalit women in Vidarbha, dealing with the water crisis, and where they are placed in the production system. This is your question. So you have identified your subject, you have identified your location, is really important, because then you are situating your question into बहुत अच्छे से. जैसे हैंडपंप जब गड़ता है, आप देखे होंगे जो है, तो उसका जो है पाइप बहुत नीचे जाता जाता, वो उसके फाउंडेशन में जो है वो कितना स्ट्रांगली जो है फिर वो उसके साथ होता है जो चीजें। तो ऐसे ही है जो कि आप अपने क्वेश्चंस को कितना डीप ले जा रहे हो, जो है कहाँ पे लोकेट कर रहे हो, and it is really important. So location is really important. Your subject is really important. The next important point is your time frame, and I would like to discuss the same example that I have been giving you. Dalit women in Vidarbha region, water crisis, how they are dealing with and where they are how they are engaging with the production system in the Vidarbha region. Production system in the sense that it's a cotton producing area, how they are, whether they are a labor, whether they are they own land, and if they own land, if they're not own land, what are their situation, where they are placed themselves and all that, whether that has forced them to migrate from that places, and blah blah blah. There are many questions, but time frame is also important. Why? Like, if you look at that's today Vidarbha is a suicide capital. People say that it's a suicide capital of India. Many farmers, cotton farmers especially, committed suicide due to the failure of the crops, and they have taken lots of debt, and they were not going to repay it, and it put them in lots and lots of pressures, and finally unfortunate decision they take, they take their lives actually. So I think वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है टाइम फ्रेम्स को देखना। फॉर एग्जांपल इरिगेशन पॉलिसीज को आप देखिए, जो है अगर आप देख रहे हैं तो इरिगेशन पॉलिसीज कब चेंज हुई इंडिया के अंदर। देयर हैज बीन अ ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन in the country. So what Vidarbha was doing, how it was situated during the Green Revolution? और Green Revolution कब हो रहा है आप जानते हैं। तो ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन कर सकते हैं एक टाइम फ्रेम लेके, नहीं ले सकते हैं तो आप इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म ले लीजिए। यू कैन टेक इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म एज अ पीरियड टाइम फ्रेम, एंड इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म टाइम फ्रेम इज 1990। यू कैन टेक इट। सो and it should be relevant. टाइम फ्रेम आप अपने मर्जी से डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते। इट डिपेंड्स ऑन व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अ क्वेश्चन दैट यू आर गोइंग टू पुट अप। क्या इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म से, जैसे कि मैंने आपको एग्जांपल दिया था WTO के एग्रीमेंट से, कॉटन के जो है BT कॉटन आने से, और ये जो ट्रेड जो है लिबरलाइज हुआ, उससे जो है विदर्भा के लोगों को क्या इम्पैक्ट हुआ। इफ यू वांट टू सी दैट, देन इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म इज वन ऑफ द टाइम फ्रेम दैट यू कैन टेक अप। सपोज दैट आप पोस्ट कॉलोनियल स्टडी करना चाहते हैं, तो ऑफ कोर्स पोस्ट कॉलोनियल स्टडी में जो पार्टीजन्स एंड अदर थिंग्स को देखना चाहते हैं, कैसे इम्पैक्ट करता है साइकोलॉजिकली। ऑफ कोर्स 1947 एंड योर कम्युनिटी, यू कैन चूज योर कम्युनिटी, एनी कम्युनिटी व्हिच हैज बीन हाईली अफेक्टेड during the partisans, maybe Sikh community, maybe other community who get, especially in the area of Punjab, Delhi, ये सब एरिया में काफी इम्पैक्ट था। यू कैन टेक दैट, एंड इट इज स्टिल देयर। पीपल आर राइटिंग अबाउट दैट इन अ वेरी different perspective, especially from the feminist point of view. I don't know how many of have seen this picture Pinjan, and it's really important document and throwing up the women's situation in during the partisan and post-partisan period. So you can take any time frame, but it has to be justifiable that why you are taking those subject, why you are taking location, why you are taking that time frame. There has to be rationale behind that. So suppose that if you want to look at your changing in interpersonal relationship among the caste, so of course you can go changes in the community relationship and other kind of a politics in the democratic minority politics, another. Of course minority is going to be one. Changes in the women leadership and empowerment, of course your subject would be women, and as such as. So these are the very important things, and it has to be relevant. It has to be like justify. It has its own rationale and justification of picking up the subject location. For example, suppose that I have done one research in Ambedkar Nagar, of course, my Ambedkar Nagar, then Balrampur. Why I have taken Balrampur? Balrampur is particularly the most backward district of Uttar Pradesh, and it is like quite substantial Muslim population. So the Muslim population within an aspirational district is my justification of picking up those things. Why that district is there, and I found that because border area, because of the border area, despite lots of funding goes to the border area development programs, but it remains it lagged behind like anything. If you go to Balrampur district, it's like मुझे पहले लगता था कि मेरा गांव जो है जहाँ पे है वो ज्यादा पिछड़ा हुआ है. मुझे लगा कि जब मैं बलरामपुर गया तो आई फाउंड दैट इट इज स्टिल इन द स्टोन एज, and there is a high inequality over there. So you can pick up with all the justification your subject, location, and time frame. That is really important for your project proposal. अब ये मैं बहुत ही एक इम्पॉर्टेंट टेरेन में घुस रहा हूँ, एंड इट इज लाइक वेरी 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 इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर, although I think they talked about the methodology, and this whole subject need another 2-3 classes. It's not like I can summarize it in this particular session only. It needs like very very elaborate explanation, because मैं सिंप्लीफाई करने की कोशिश करूंगा एंड ट्राई टू फिक्स थिंग्स इन अ टाइम एलोकेटेड टू मी, बट इट्स रियली डिफिकल्ट दैट पुट मेथोडोलॉजी इटसेल्फ, बिकॉज मेथोडोलॉजी के जो है तो आपके जो है पूरे 10-10 दिन के जो है ट्रेनिंग्स होती है जो है, तब जाके तो मतलब जो है न्यू, स्पेशली न्यू पीपल जो होते हैं उनको इसमें जो है थोड़ी सी चीजें समझ में आती है. बट मैंने थोड़ा सा वर्कआउट किया है, और I try to make it simple for my audience, and please pay attention to it. There's a methodology part. Any research proposal में methodology बहुत important होता है after research question. ठीक है, methodology में अब कई तरह के होते हैं, स्पेशली 3 तरह के, क्वालिटेटिव होते हैं, क्वांटिटेटिव होते हैं, और मिक्स्ड भी होते हैं. मिक्स्ड होता है क्वालिटेटिव और क्वांटिटेटिव को मिला के जो है हम चीजें करते हैं. जो अब जनरली जैसे इफ यू आस्क माय प्रेफरेंस, इट इज लाइक मिक्स्ड अप्रोच आई टेक, एंड वी इन गिरी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट स्टडीज वी मतलब those who are from the political science, sociology, and other stream background of this, they prefer qualitative and quantitative both, because we want to capture the perception of the people as well. It's really important. So qualitative research होता है, उसमें samples भी आप decide करते हो, and I'll come to that how you decide the sample and all that. So purposive samplings is like आप जैसे मैं पहले जो मैंने कहा कि दलित विमेन को अगर आप स्टडी करना चाहते हो, तो योर पर्पस इज वेरी मच क्लियर, दैट योर सब्जेक्ट इज क्लियर, दैट दिस इज गोइंग टू बी माय subject. So your purpose is very much clear. That purpose is sampling. I am not going to roam here and there in a village. I will go to Dalit hamlet in Uttar Pradesh and talk to Dalit women. I am very much clear. I am not in any vague position that I'll go to a village and then I'll do whatever, I'll bring in all kind of a category in my research, and then later on I'll try to disaggregate and find it out कि what Dalit women are saying. No, यहाँ पे बहुत मेरा क्लियर मामला है कि मैं इस चीज की स्टडी करना चाह रहा हूँ, मैं वहीं पे जाऊंगा, वो मेरा एक पर्पज है, पर्पज सैम्पलिंग कर रहा हूँ. Snowball sampling. What is snowball sampling? Snowball sampling is like you meet one Dalit women in Vidarbha district. आप विदर्भा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक विमेन से मिलते हैं, उसके बाद वो कहती है कि देखिए मेरी जैसी समस्याएं फला व्यक्ति की भी. तो उसने क्या किया, उसने रेफरेंस दिया एक अगले व्यक्ति का, अगले विमेन, दलित विमेन का, जिसकी समस्याएं ठीक इसी तरीके से. तो एक रिस्पोंडेंट ने आपको दूसरे रिस्पोंडेंट के पास जो है रेफरेंस दिया, एंड दैट इज हाउ यू कीप ऑन स्नो बॉलिंग थिंग्स। वो सैम्पलिंग आप करना शुरू करते हैं जो है विद इन दैट दलित वुमेन, दलित हेमलेट। ठीक है, उसके बाद जो है आप द ब्रॉडर द स्कोप ऑफ द क्वालिटेटिव स्टडी, मतलब सैम्पलिंग के बारे में कहा जा रहा है कि आप जो है मोर कंपैरिजन आप लेते हैं जो है, द मोर इंटरव्यू विल बी। अगर आप ये देखें कि एज अ थंब रूल, अब हाउ मच सैंपल इज लाइक सफिशिएंट टू से दैट माय रिसर्च इज परफेक्ट। इन क्वालिटेटिव, the good part is that there is no as such rule. The broader the scope of the qualitative study and the more comparison between the groups in that sample that are required, the more interview will be needed. आप जितना तुलनात्मक जो है चीजें करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उतना सैंपल आप लीजिए जो है आपको लगता है कि वो सफिशिएंट है, तो देन यू ट्राई टू you have to conduct more and more interviews or focus group discussion, individual interviews. The another important thing is the ethnographic study, and it's a long-term study. It's not the something you go to the field. मैं कल गया और वहां से मैं मतलब कुछ बातें करके लोगों से बात करके और चला आया। ethnographic is basically to bring out the situated knowledge, और लोग जाके रिसर्चर जो है मतलब अपने जीवन का एक अच्छा खासा जो है टाइम जो है, जो सोशोलॉजिस्ट रहे अलग अलग जगहों पे जो है, वो लोग जाके जो है उस ट्राइब्स के बीच में, अफ्रीकन ट्राइब्स के बीच में और अलग अलग सोसाइटी के बीच में जाके वहां पे रच बस जाते हैं। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो अबाउट जॉन ड्रेस। आई एम श्योर यू मस्ट बी नोइंग जॉन ड्रेस। ही इज अ वेस्टर्नर। वो यहाँ पे शायद पीएचडी करने आए थे जो है, एंड टुडे ही स्टे इन झारखंड विद झारखंड ट्राइब्स एंड पीपुल, और वहीं पे बैठ के वो जो है अपने रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, लोगों को गाइड कर रहे हैं, उनके जीवन को बेहतर बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जो है। एंड ऑफ कोर्स ही हैज रिटन अ बुक कॉल्ड झोला इकोनॉमिक्स। you go through it and I think you'll love it. अब क्वालिटेटिव में तो आप जो है बहुत ही पर्सनल जो है ओपन इंडेड क्वेश्चंस को लेके जाते हैं, आप डिस्कस करते हैं उनके साथ जो है। सैंपल आप उतना ले सकते हैं जितना पे आप जो है कंपैरिजन ड्रॉ कर सके। इफ यू आर लुकिंग एट द इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप या इंट्रा और इंटर दोनों में जो है तुलना के लिए आप जो है ज्यादा सैंपल ले लेंगे, उतना ही सैंपल के रिक्वायर्ड होंगे जितना आप इंटरव्यू जितना ज्यादा आप कंपैरिजन करने की कोशिश करते हैं। फर्स्ट का मामला कहां पे है ये हमें समझने की जरूरत है। क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च में, क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च के जो है अलग अलग मतलब उसके सैंपल निकालने होते हैं। तो आप जो है आप देखेंगे कि जो है एक बहुत ही आसान तरीका होता है सिंपल रैंडम सैंपलिंग। अगर मेरे स्लाइड्स को आप लोग देख रहे होंगे तो मैं एक एग्जांपल्स दे रहा हूं कि मान लीजिए एक यूनिवर्सिटी में आपको रिसर्च करने हैं स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में, एंड दैट टू फुल टाइम रिसर्च, फुल टाइम जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनके बीच में आपको रिसर्च करना है। तो सिंपल रैंडम सैंपलिंग जो है आप कैसे ड्राइव करेंगे? तो पहला स्टेप वो ये होता है कि आप टोटल नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स कितने हैं। तो मान लीजिए कि 9000 है, जस्ट फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल। तो जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, अब मैंने एक क्राइटेरिया लगाई है। वो क्राइटेरिया क्या है? क्राइटेरिया ये है कि फुल टाइम स्टूडेंट्स होने चाहिए। इसका मतलब जो है जो पार्ट टाइम लोग हैं या आपको जो है और दूसरे स्कॉलर्स जो हैं उनके लिए नहीं है। ये फुल टाइम स्कॉलर जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उन्हीं के लिए है। तो आप जो है ऑलरेडी एक क्राइटेरिया लगाते हैं और वैसे क्राइटेरिया का एक नंबर आप टोटल पॉपुलेशन निकाल लेते हैं। तो मान लीजिए कि 9000 है वैसे स्टूडेंट, जिसको मैंने एन कैपिटल एन से दिया हुआ है। यहाँ पे जो है वो एन चल रहा है। दूसरा है कि आपने ये डिसाइड किया कि मुझे सैंपल लेना है 450, जो कि सैंपल एस हुआ। तो अगर जो है आपको इंटरव्यू लेना है 450, तो आपका ये होगा कि एस डिवाइडेड बाई एन, दैट इज 450 डिवाइडेड बाई 9000, वो होता है रेस्ट। आपको जो फ्रैक्शन आ रहा है 1/20, मतलब हर 20वां व्यक्ति पूरे 9000 में से आपको अगर 450 सैंपल लेना है, तो हर 20वां व्यक्ति आपका जो है वो हो सकता है, जो है आपका जो है सब्जेक्ट हो सकता है, आपका जो है रिस्पोंडेंट हो सकता है। तो इसको कहते हैं चांस सिलेक्शन। इसमें आप लॉटरी सिस्टम के थ्रू भी कर सकते हैं। आपने 9000 लोगों का जो है नाम डाला, उसमें से आपने ये डिसाइड किया 450 आपने पिक कर लिए जो है, और फिर आपने देखा कि अच्छा ये व्यक्ति है, तो मुझे इससे जो है जाके बात करनी है। इसमें ये होता है कि भाई आप बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष होते हैं। आपने जो है सबके नाम डाले, और सभी रिस्पोंडेंट के जो इक्वल चांस हैं कि वो जो है उसको जो है चुना जाएगा जो है, एंड देयर विल बी लेसर रिपीटेशन। और हर 20वां मतलब 20% चांस है, एक व्यक्ति का 20% चांस है कि उसको जो है सेलेक्ट किया जाएगा। तो ये इस तरीके से एक सैंपल रैंडम सैंपलिंग को जो है हम ड्रॉ करते हैं। जो अब आपको आता है कि ये थोड़ा सा जो क्या होता है कि फिर आपको बहुत टाइम लगेगा इसमें, मतलब ये करने में आपको थोड़ा टाइम की जरूरत होगी, आपको बड़ा मतलब, लेकिन जो फंडिंग्स एजेंसी होती है वो इतना टाइम नहीं देती कि आप इस तरीके से जो है बैठ के जो है आराम से जो है रिसर्च करते रहे। उसका एक टाइम लिमिट होता है। तो उसके लिए हम ये करते हैं कि भाई हम सिस्टमेटिक रैंडम सैम्पलिंग यूज कर लेते हैं। अब ये भी रैंडम सैम्पलिंग है, लेकिन इसको जो है हम थोड़ा सा वो कर लिए कि मान लीजिए हमको जो है हर 20वां व्यक्ति अगर लेना है, 9000 में से अगर 20वां व्यक्ति लेना है जो है, तो मान लीजिए कि हम ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं कि हम जो है पहला लिए, ठीक है, और पहले के बाद जो है 20 छोड़ के हम और लिए, फिर 20 छोड़ के हम ये लिए जो है। हमने उसको क्या किया कि जो है एक इस तरीके से जो है सिस्टमेटिक सैम्पलिंग जो है शुरू कर दिया। तीसरा होता है कि मान लीजिए हम स्ट्रेटिफाइड सैम्पलिंग कर रहे हैं। अब हमने जैसे कि जैसे स्टूडेंट हमने बोला कि फुल टाइम यूनिवर्सिटी में जो है उनके हमको लेने हैं जो है। अब हमने ये किया कि भाई ह्यूमैनिटीज के, साइंस डिपार्टमेंट के, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स के अलग अलग खेमे बना दिए। हमने बोला कि बॉयज इतने हैं, गर्ल्स इतने हैं, दो खेमा बना 9000 का। तो 4500 अगर इक्वल है तो बना हमारा जो है कि भाई ये दो स्ट्रेटा हमारा बन गया जो है। अब इसमें से ह्यूमैनिटी के हमारे इतने चाहिए और साइंस डिपार्टमेंट के हमको इतने चाहिए। तो पहले हम ये देखेंगे कि भाई ह्यूमैनिटीज में कितने स्टूडेंट जो है उस 9000 में से आ रहे हैं, साइंस डिपार्टमेंट में कितने जो है स्टूडेंट्स आ रहे हैं जो है। और इसको हम ये करेंगे कि फिर उसमें से जो है हर 20th व्यक्ति को फिर हम सेलेक्ट करेंगे, जो स्टूडेंट्स को जो है सेलेक्ट कर लेंगे। तो ये जो है मतलब जो है ज्यादा जो है वो हो जाएगा, आपको जो है स्ट्रेटिफाइड सैम्पलिंग्स के तौर पे जो आ जाएगा। और ऑफ कोर्स मिक्स्ड अप्रोच में आपको जो है मैंने जैसा कि बताया था कि जो है आपको क्वालिटेटिव और क्वांटिटी को मिक्सअप करके, और इसमें क्या होता है आप दो तरह के क्वेश्चंस को प्रिपेयर करते हैं। एक ओपन इंडेड क्वेश्चंस को प्रिपेयर करते हैं, एक क्लोज्ड क्वेश्चंस को प्रिपेयर करते हैं। क्लोज क्वेश्चन क्या है? क्लोज क्वेश्चन स्ट्रक्चर्ड क्वेश्चंस होते हैं जो है। आप जो है आप रिलेवेंट ऑप्शंस देते हैं जो है लोगों को जो है। मान लीजिए आपने कहा कि भाई आपको क्या फिल्में पसंद है, तो आपने उनको ऑप्शन दिया कि क्लासिक फिल्में पसंद है, कॉमेडी फिल्में, जॉनरे आपने दे दिया कि भाई ये जॉनरे के हैं। आपने उसमें लिख दिया, पूछा कि भाई आपको कौन से फिल्म में पसंद, तो उस आपने उनको एक ऑप्शन पर्टिकुलर दे दिया, उससे आपने रिस्पॉन्ड लिखा, क्लोज स्ट्रक्चर्ड क्वेश्चन हो गया कि वो क्लोज्ड है। आपने उसके बाहर जाके उसको जो आंसर देने की जो है बात नहीं कही है। तो वो उसमें से एक ऑप्ट कर लेगा कि भाई मैं दो भी ऑप्ट कर सकता हूँ, एक भी ऑप्ट कर सकता हूँ, ठीक है। तो वो आप जो है फिर अगर आप उसमें दो ऑप्ट किया, तो फिर उसको जो है आप जो है जब आप डेटा में लेके आएंगे तो उसको एक नंबर देंगे, और नंबर देने के बाद उसको जो है फिर आप जो है बोलेंगे कि नहीं, एक इतने लोगों ने दो जॉनरे को पसंद किया, इतने लोगों ने सिंगल जॉनरे को पसंद किया। वो डाटा क्लीनिंग और डाटा एंट्री का मैटर हो जाता है जब आप लेके आते हैं जो है स्ट्रक्चर क्वेश्चन। ओपन इंडेड क्वेश्चन भी उसके साथ आप रखते हैं। ओपन इंडेड क्वेश्चन क्या हुआ कि भाई आप जब फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं इंडिविजुअल या ग्रुप में, या किसी से इंटरव्यू ले रहे हैं, तो उससे जो उसके परसेप्शन को कैप्चर करने की कोशिश करते हैं। आप ऐसे पूछते हैं कि भाई आप उसको एक क्वेश्चन थ्रो करते हैं और उसके बाद उसके रिस्पॉन्स को, वो जिस तरीके से भी रिस्पॉन्स दे रहा है उसको आप जो है लिखते हैं। जो है आपने कोई ऑप्शन मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन उनको आंसर नहीं दिया हुआ, तो आपने पूछा कि भाई आप इंडियन लोकतंत्र के बारे में क्या समझते हैं, एक ओपन इंडियन क्वेश्चन। अब वो बोलेगा कि ये है, मैं ऐसा है, ऐसा है, तो वो सारी चीजें आप लिखते हैं। उसको बाद में आप अलग तरीके से एनालिसिस करते हैं। उसका एनालिसिस का तरीका जो है दूसरा होता है। जो है उन सारे इंटरव्यूज को आप इकट्ठा करते हैं, उसको देखते हैं कि पर्टिकुलर व्यूज किस तरीके के जो है रुझान जो है लोगों के अंदर जो है हो रहा है वो चीजें, और उससे फिर जो आप क्वालिटेटिव किए रहते हैं उससे आप उसको देखते हैं कि भाई इतने लोगों ने डेमोक्रेसी के बारे में ऐसा बोला और वैसा बोला जाए, और इस जो है परसेप्शन को आप उसके साथ जो है कंपेयर करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि ये क्या पिक्चर प्रस्तुत कर रहा है एक्चुअली। So you try to figure out the holistic picture through mixed methodology by employing your qualitative and quantitative both research. तो अब इसमें हम ये कर लेते हैं, और उसके बाद आप देखोगे कि जो है theoretical way and practical way of work plan when you are writing a proposal. Okay, so time needed and the budget. तो वर्क प्लान एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होता है जो है, और मैंने एक जो है आप देख रहे होंगे अगर स्लाइड, तो उसमें जो है मैंने एक स्लाइड दिया हुआ है। वो आप जो है प्रोजेक्ट कब से स्टार्ट होगा, आप when you are going to do what kind of a work, when you are submitting your initial draft, the first draft, the rough draft, and then your final draft. In between, what you are going to do, you'll prepare a question, you'll go for a pilot study, you will come back from the pilot study, and then you will improve your questionnaires, and again you employ certain people and do the background research. This has the time line जो है रिसर्च में, ये सारे टाइम लाइन्स होते हैं जो है कि आप फर्स्ट मंथ में ये करेंगे, सेकेंड मंथ में ये करेंगे, थर्ड मंथ में ये करेंगे। इफ इट इज अ 1 ईयर, जनरली जो है 6 मंथ टू 12 मंथ के जो है प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं, उसमें आप इस तरीके की जो है चीजें आप करते हैं जो है। लेकिन उसमें जो है आपको एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो है वो देखना पड़ता है कि टाइम नीडेड वो डिपेंड करता है आपके सैंपल साइज पे। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आप सिर्फ एक ब्लॉक की स्टडी कर रहे हैं, एक कम्युनिटी, एक खास अर्बन ब्लॉक की कर रहे हैं जिसको इन्यूमरेशन ब्लॉक कहा जाता है, तो आपको बहुत कम टाइम लगेगा। या फिर आप एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर जो है 4 ब्लॉक को कर रहे हैं, या 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को आप कंपेयर कर रहे हैं, या इकोनॉमिक जोन के अंदर जो है 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को कंपेयर कर रहे हैं, या पूरे स्टेट को आपने यू हैव टेकन, और यू आर गोइंग टू कंपेयर 2 स्टेट्स, समथिंग। सो it depends on your project design, basically project design at the kind of a location that you have taken, kind of a subject that you have taken. It decides your time, kind of a time needed for you. So अगर आप ICSR में जाएंगे, हमारे एक्सपीरियंस में है कि 6 मंथ के भी हैं, 12 मंथ के भी हैं, 18 मंथ्स के भी प्रोजेक्ट होते हैं। So जो मैंने स्टडी टाइमलाइन दिया, इट इज समथिंग रिलेटेड विद दैट, वाज लिटिल सिमिलर एज वी फाइंड आउट। और उसके बाद आप देखोगे कि जो है वही जब आप प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल तैयार कर देते हैं, तो प्रैक्टिकल, वो तो टेक्निकल हो गया, एंड देयर इज अ प्रैक्टिकल वे ऑफ दैट। व्हाई आई एम सेइंग दैट, you might get a call for an interview on your project proposal, but at the same time the grant team will ask you to amend your proposal. And amend of proposal ka matlab, they will say ki, look, it is very ambitious project and we are not going to fund you like this whole study. You try to find out a way to shorten it out, and for 6 months the project, we are ready to fund you for 12 months only, will fund you, and try to minimize your sample. So the practical way is that you ready with those kind of an answer after writing a proposal or submitting a proposal. You have to be ready, because these days you get revision of your project proposal. वो बोलते ही हैं कि भाई इसको ऐसे कर लीजिए, इसको ऐसे कर लीजिए, कम कर लीजिए आप जो है, and then we'll try to find out whether it is important, whether will fund it or not. So you have to be ready with this practical understanding of reducing your timeline, and you will reduce your timeline when you will reduce your location, subject, and maybe subject as well. तो ये जब आप कम करेंगे तब आपको जो है वो उसके लिए रेडी रहना पड़ेगा जो नाउ coming to the what should go in the budget budget proposal, in the project proposal. It has to be prudent, because prudent in the sense कि कितने में हो जाएगा, and suppose that hello, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes,
Am
sir.
I audible? Okay. So budget components, and you have to look at the honorarium, or maybe something like project director, those who are going to direct. So you have to be like be very prudent in quoting your honorarium. Again, the justification for that. Staff's salary. If you look at and I have given this 45% from ICSR, if you are going to apply, there's a capping of a staff salary. Whatever the total amount that you are proposing, 45% only goes for staff salary. So you have to be very careful while designing the budget proposal, and the kind of a staff that you require. Really, you have to be very prudent. Suppose that you are proposing a technical, quite technical, economical, question. For example, you want to calculate district domestic product, gross district domestic product, GDDP, or you want to look at the GVA, gross value addition, in a particular district. For that, you require a consultant who is highly qualified, skilled in that particular area. You cannot do with a normal, researcher. So if you are going to look at the remuneration of that fellow, it's quite high. And then you have to, bring it into your proposal that I am going, because the nature of my proposal is these things, I need this kind of a staff. So keeping in mind those kind of a staff is really important, and their remuneration. Otherwise, you will have like shortage of remunerations, and you will not be able to complete your project in a in a manner that you want it. So you have to talk about, suppose that you are looking for consultant, and the consultant amount is really high as compared to SRA or RA, research assistant, senior research assistant, senior research associate. What kind of a staff that you are going to employ, and what kind of a remunerations usually people ask for. So as I said, because we have a practical experience of employing consultant, and the kind of a question that I talked about, because right now we are dealing with a gross value addition and gross district domestic product. We are trying to calculate for Uttar Pradesh government, and we need very, very technical person. It's not, I mean, those who are very good in applied economics, statistical background person. And for that specialization, you need to pay these people. And suppose that आपने एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाया जो इस तरीके का है, लेकिन आपने जो पैसा कोट किया वो नॉर्मल तरीके से किया, तो देन आप फंस सकते हैं कि भाई इतने में मुझे कैसे लोग मिलेंगे. If you yourself from the economics department, and you are ready to handle the national sample organization के जो भी data हैं, NSSOs के data हैं, you are pro in dealing with NSSO, NFHS data at the unit level. If you are that, then you can ask for, SRA, not consultant. So it depends on from which backgrounds and your own capacity. So as a project director, what you are going to add, and if you have advantage of this kind of a things, then you can do it. For example, I'm a political scientist. I deal with political sociology also. I can deal with the international politics. I can deal with anything related with the politics. So I don't need to hire a consultant for politics, actually. What I usually hire people for that, to do the, technical work for me. So I prepare budget accordingly. So that is really important for, while deciding the budget component of it. Now, field. It's really important that field. Suppose that, our field choice kiye, 4 district. And 4 district of Uttar Pradesh, which has 75 district. 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट. अब इसमें जो है आपको अगर 4 अलग अलग जोन से आप ले रहे हो, मे बी ईस्ट, वेस्ट and the Rohilkhand area and another place. So your team has to travel from east, and east is like Balia, and it's a corner of Bihar, almost touching Bihar. So from there you are going to, Rampur area. Rampur of West Uttar Pradesh. Your team has to travel from Balia to the Rampur, and so it requires a cost. You need to factor in all these things, and suppose that they have to visit in rural area. रूरल एरिया में जो है बहुत बड़े बड़े डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स होते हैं, आप पैदल चलते जाएंगे, वहां कोई गाड़ी नहीं जाती है. एंड देन हाउ योर टीम इज गोइंग टू मूव? योर टीम हैज टू हायर a vehicle which takes in today's, I think 2000, not less than 2000 and rupees. So they will take it. So you have to factor into the field that I need to hire these people. They will move from this to this place. It will have this, car and other, convenience to be used in your project. So वो सब factor in करना पड़ेगा. Suppose that equipment and study material, of course, that, that you need require. If don't have a proper setup, you need to have this demand. Then contingency, publication reports, of course, that you can put up like a 5% or a fixed amount of 50,000 rupees as ISSR commits that they give it. So these are the, you have to keep in mind in preparing a budget of it. Now there is the politics of budget also I wanted to discuss, and it's a very interesting area that one should look at, because if you are going to prepare a proper proposal, but you should be aware of the practicality of it as well, because there has been lots of fund cut into the social science researches. In fact, in science as well, in the previous government there has been cut on all social science researches, and that's a really disappointing for the researchers like us, and those who are aspire to become a researcher, want to look at a very important question, socially relevant question, academically relevant question, policymaker relevant questions, but there has been fund cuts, and that's a serious business over there. And remaining grants, if it's coming from the government has its own priority. As they said, if you look at the previous year, that tribal funding was very much there. Tribal funding, the project on tribals was allocated in a substantial manner, and of course I said the evaluation studies. When I was discussing about the pure research evaluation studies, then evaluation government is really action oriented, and it wants to know that they have run this scheme, what is the impact on the people, how fair they have done on the HDI and all that. So impact assessment of all the CSS that is happening. So it's a government priority. So you have to look into those kind of things. Okay. And there has been small budgets actually from for the social science project. And in fact, there are two parts of it: minor project and major project. Major project is ever 5 lakh rupees to 50,000 from 15 lakh rupees, and below that it's a minor project. But recently we have found a trend where government has allocated 2 lakh rupees, 3 lakh rupees, 2.5 lakh rupees, 5 लाख रुपए। मतलब एकदम से जो है ऐसा किया है कि उस 5 लाख में 3 लोगों को दे दिया, जाइए आप रिसर्च कीजिए। इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल बॉस टू डू द, आई मीन सम क्वेश्चंस वी कैन डील, बट सम क्वेश्चन वी कैन नॉट डील विद इन सच अ स्मॉल बजट। सो इट मींस हमको बस ये दिखाना है कि हम एक नंबर ऑफ रिसर्च करवा रहे हैं और आप भाई जो है आप ये पैसा ले लीजिए, आप कर लीजिए। अब मान लीजिए मुझे अगर कंसल्टेंट लेने हैं अपने जीवीए प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, एक कंसल्टेंट ही मुझे जो है कोट करेगा 70,000 रुपीज, उसका 2 महीने का फीस 1,40,000 हो जाएगा, और 2 लाख में मैं रिसर्च कैसे करूंगा? सो आई कैनॉट डू द जीवीए प्रोजेक्ट। इट मीन्स ना देयर इज अ रिस्ट्रिक्शन टू बेस्ड ऑन द फंडिंग, देयर हैज बीन रिस्ट्रिक्शन टू दैट। सो द आइडिया इज व्हाट आई थिंक, इट्स माय पर्सनल व्यू दैट most of the reports, research reports, and why such things are happening, actually I try to find out, and government has this perception that this kind of a pure research, evaluative, not evaluative but other kind of a research from the other fellows are not favorable to the government. There has been some kind of a perception, and that is why they are reluctant to in terms of granting the project or granting allocating substantial amount as a grant. Of course, if you come to the private funding, it has been too skewed actually, and they are mostly diverted to their own NGO, as I said earlier, and mostly focus on the implementation or action oriented. So if you want to do the research or the theoretical research, but then this private funding is not helpful at all to you in this condition. So you have to be very aware of that. Where is the funding? What is the that how can you get the funding? By looking at the government preference as well. It's a sad story, but you have to take a pie from there as there only. So you have to be very conscious about those requirements from the government and all. Now, there is another thing I believe, and it's all we have seen, and that is how I think control on research funding is something one should discuss about. And there has been a particular phenomena with the current democracy that we are facing. And by the way, it's not something new phenomena of controlling the research actually. And if you look at my slide, I talked about Donna Ginther of the University of Kansas, who was working on behalf of American National Institute of Health, NIH. Look at the pattern of research grant awarded by the NIH and found that race matters a lot in granting the research. Review panel are inferring applicant ethnic origins from their name or the institutions they attended as a people with a black sounding names, or who are educated at university, whose students are predominantly black. Now, this has been, already into the review of the kind of grants across the world that is happening. In India, been awarded, seriously. So race matter, caste of course matter, and if you look at the SK Thorat's research, Gopal Guru's research, they have said that, some stories, like similar stories, but especially in the economic field and in the market, of course. So this is what I was thinking about. I should put up your mind about all this practicality while applying for a project or designing your project. Okay. Then of course, uh, one talks about bibliography, and if you go to any journal, you'll find the what kind of a bibliography they have given. The lots of this examples what kind of a bibliography they needed, but mostly American sociological is required. APA style they need in the bibliography. So it's really important to look at the American Psychological Association style is for all social science. So, but you can always consult to the project proposal whether they have specified this kind of a bibliography or not. But if you not, you can go always for American Sociological Association. It is for social sciences, and that would be suffice for you guys. So I think I will stop here. And if there are any queries, questions, and I hope you like my presentation, and I'll stop here. And thank you so much for the patient listener. Thank you so much for the department. Thank you.
Now the session is open for question answer. Participants can ask their question through mic or chat box. Sir, there is a question. Avni Bansal is asking, in purely doctrinal research based on secondary data, what will be the research methodology? Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
You are audible. I think I can take one few more questions. One is like secondary base. Yeah. So I think Avni has asked me a question, this question, secondary level. So if you are doing the secondary level, literature research proposal, basically it's a hello. Am I audible? Avni?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the important thing is that I think audio is fluctuating low. So if you are doing the secondary level research, what would be the methodological thing that you can take up? In that case, it's really important 2-3 things that you have to be very clear. As I said, your subject. What would be your subject? And the justification for that. Okay. Your time frame of that study. As for example, let me discuss with kind of example. Through the secondary literature, you want to look at the economic impact on the middle class wages, impact on the middle class wages since the economic reform. Now, the first thing first is that you have classified middle class. Okay. So what would be the methodology for deciding your middle class? You'll go to the definitions technical way of defining the class. There has been, ways based definition that if such and such people are earning, they are the lower class. Above that, there are middle class. Based on that, maybe you can, look at the, if you are looking at the consumption. So if someone is consuming this much of a calorie, they are your class. I mean, it depends on their your methodology comes to decide different methodology available to that. You pick up one thing and you your middle class decided by wages, your middle class decided by the your assets, your middle class is decided by the calorie thing. There are different ways. It depends on your own methodology, which you pick up through this study and research review of literature. So that is
Sir,
one thing.
actually, I'm analyzing rape laws and comparing it with other countries. So,
Weight loss,
rape laws.
rape laws. Okay. So if you're looking at the rape laws, there must be you have you can look at the criminal laws and the changes in it. And if you look at the time frame is really important here, because and when this watershed moment is coming for the deciding and changes in the laws. Okay, so that would be your quote unquote your time frame is really important to decide the watershed moment in the rape laws, and from there you can pick up those things. That is one thing that you can look at. टाइम फ्रेम व्हेन द कब ये आपको जो है लॉ चेंज हो रहे हैं, इसमें लॉ कौन से पीरियड में चेंज हुआ, कब हुआ, ये वहां से आप पिक कर सकती हैं। जैसे अभी फॉर एग्जांपल जो अभी जो कानून जो नए आए हैं, स्पेशली बिफोर दिस गवर्नमेंट वाज just before the announcement of this election, government has come up with the laws, Danda Sanhita, some Danda Sanhita has come up. Now, that could be one watershed moment where you can look at the how there has been, you can take दो पीरियड ले सकते हैं। एक ये डेफिनेशन का, एक जब डेफिनेशन हुआ होगा एक समय में, या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस में, या जो क्रिमिनल प्रोसीडिंग्स में जो लॉ हो जाते हैं जो है, विच आई डोंट हैव आइडिया बेसिकली कि वो कब जो है लॉ बना होगा। और फिर उसके बीच में आप एक तुलना कर सकती हैं कि जो है ये जो है आपका चेंजेस आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है। जो है मुझे लगता है वो उसमें जो आपको देखना पड़ेगा जो है।
तो सर ये क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च होगी या फिर क्या कहेंगे इसे?
नहीं, वो डिपेंड करता है, दोनों हो सकता है, बट अगर रेप लॉज है तो आपका सब्जेक्ट क्या है?
सर क्रिमिनल लॉ है मेरा।
नहीं, सब्जेक्ट मतलब वो जो आप जिस पे प्रोव करना चाहती है क्वेश्चन,
सर
क्या आप क्या आप
इंडियन रेप लॉज में क्या क्या लूप होल्स है, अगर कंपेयर करूंगी ग्लोबली?
ओके, कंपैरिजन होगा आपका जो है इंटरनेशनल लॉ से, और यहाँ पे जो है जो लॉज बने हुए हैं जो है उससे होगा जो है। तो फाइन, आपका जो है जो डॉक्यूमेंट है, आपका सब्जेक्ट लॉ हो गया ना, तो उसमें आप जो है क्रिमिनल प्रोसीडिंग्स, तो आपका इसमें जो है ये तो फिर क्वालिटेटिव तो होगा नहीं, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू द फील्ड and
Yes,
talking
sir.
to the people, and also not qualitative because you are not going to the field and putting up a structured questions to them.
जी सर,
So
तो ये
it is,
कंसेप्ट क्या
हाँ, it could be descriptive.
Okay.
As I said, मेरे एक स्लाइड में था प्योर, जहाँ पे मैं डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ कि प्योर है, डिस्क्रिप्टिव है, इवैल्यूएटिव है, या और जो चीजें हैं जो आप डिस्क्रिप्टिव में जाके, आपका रिसर्च डिस्क्रिप्टिव हो सकता है कि एक पर्टिकुलर लॉ है वो कैसे इम्पैक्ट कर रहा है, उसमें जो है क्या जो है प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। इट्स अ डिस्क्रिप्टिव रिसर्च दैट यू आर गोइंग टू डू, आई थिंक।
ओके सर, ओके, थैंक यू।
as we have short of time, so we'll be ending this session. Before end of this session, I would request Ms. Neha Yushing to kindly give vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, I, Ms. Neha Yushing, take this privilege to extend a gratitude to Dr. Manjur Ali for such an extensive and enriching FDP session on research proposals. Dr. Ali, I would say that your expertise and your comprehensive coverage of each and every aspect of research proposal, starting right from the title to the abstract and the methodology, the time frame, and the way you took the way you paid attention to even the minute details of the footnotes and bibliography, it has definitely expanded our understanding of scholarly writing and citations practice. So we really thank you from the depth of our hearts for joining us today. And we are even looking forward to implementing this knowledge that we have gained today in our future scholarly pursuits. So thank you so much. And now we shall be proceeding for the second session of today's faculty development program, that is of day 8. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Am I?
Yes, ma'am. A very good afternoon, respected head Professor Zeba Akil, distinguished keynote speaker Prarthna, Saikia, and all the online and offline faculty members. On behalf of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, I, Dr. Farha Shoaib, welcome you all to the second session of 8th day of FDP. Today's session will enrich us with the knowledge of ethnography in social sciences. I would request Dr. Mohammad Chavez to kindly come and introduce our distinguished keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Farah, for giving me this opportunity to introduce today's session's speaker. In our FDP, ongoing FDP, we are covering last few modules based on both quantitative and qualitative methods. And we have covered many qualitative methods in last few sessions. So this session is also covering another important method in qualitative method, which is ethnography in the social science. And for our participant, ethnography is one of the latest method developed in 20th century in USA. And since then continuously uphold the importance in the qualitative research in social science. In this method, data are collected through observation and interviews, which are then used to draw conclusion about natural functioning of individual and society as whole. For grasping greater insight on this, we have a very eminent speaker, Dr. Prarthna Saikia from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Dr. Prarthna trained as an anthropologist and earned her PhD from IIT Guwahati, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. And the thesis title of her was Nationality, Citizenship in Assam, a Political History since 1947. It is under preparation to be published as a book with the Routledge book series, Social Movement and Transformative Dissent. Her research interest lies in the broader area of identity. She intends to see that how the question of identity sprouts from the very understanding of self and further unfold into other, examining various others in everyday life. In different social and cultural contexts, in the new nation state, Dr. Saikia continues to engage further with the question of identity, bringing into the plain question like nationality, citizenship, ethnicity, every day in the new nation state. Prarthna research draws from interdisciplinary methodologies, and her research areas are historical anthropology, political anthropology, economic anthropology, and ethnography and literature. Dr. Saikia writes fictions to her credit. She has 4 publications, 1 short story collection, and 3 novels. Assamese, one of her novels, Jatadhari Assamese, won Sahitya Academy Yuva Puraskar in 2016. Jatadhari was translated further in Bangla in 2022. Her short stories are also translated in Bangla and English. She also writes poem under the pen name Benugopal. Currently, Dr. Prarthna Saikia is working as an assistant professor at the Center for Electoral Management Studies, School of Development Studies, TIS Mumbai campus. For today's sessions, or for the today's topic, ethnography in the social science, she is one of the finest speaker to speak on it. With these words, I, Dr. Mohammed Chavez, once again welcome you in this 10 days faculty development program. And I request to Dr. Prarthna kindly begin the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah. And also, I thank the department to consider my my name for this session, because this is a very interesting session. I mean, because this is an area that I'm deeply engaged with. And my humble thanks to the head of the department, Jeva Akhil, and Dr. Javed Akhtar and Dr. Shawaz for considering me for this session. So I will just share my screen. Kindly let me know if it is visible. Yeah. Can someone confirm? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes. So as the title you can see here is the researching everyday and ethnographic inquiry. I'll elaborate in a little while why I have kept the title for this talk as researching everyday and ethnographic inquiry. But I'll again draw from my introduction where my research interest lies in the everyday in the new nation state, and it's a very cool literature like history engages with the same question. But then how do we move from the researching everyday and ethnographic inquiry to the ethnography in social sciences? So I'll just make the points in a while. So when I intend to talk about, or when I'm starting this talk or starting to talk about this quite an unique and topic, I tend to, as an anthropologist, I'm revisiting my field. I mean, after almost 14 years, I have revisited my field notes from my MPhil research, and which is quite central to the context, the present context in India, as we have just completed our the general election, the results. There are a lot of talk about it, and also again, just to go back to my introduction, I work in the Center I teach in a center for electoral management and studies. So I engage deeply with the question of election, or doing ethnography of election is one of my core areas. So these will be reflecting in my talk when I'm going to talk about the methodology, which is ethnography. As mentioned briefly in the introduction, that it is a it is a methodology which developed it engages with the observation or seeing of the individual, as it originated in the discipline of anthropology. So it engages on surface, it engages with the question of seeing human being or human behavior in different cultural contexts. But again, it also engages with the whole tradition of writing culture. So it is a very interesting methodology. Unlike other methodologies in quantitative and qualitative analysis, we would see that unlike ethnography, they do not really focus on both the process. For instance, how we do it, how we conduct the research, and then how what is the final product. So I'll be talking about it when we talk about the meaning of ethnography in a little while. But then I would like to start with this whole conversation with the whole question of seeing or observing. This is a disclaimer as an ethnographic field worker or as an anthropologist, that I often see things, we often see things, and seeing is very primary to our understanding. So we kind of tend to see a lot of things around us, and very mundane things. So we'll do a kind of exercise before we get into the core discussion about what we are going to see in a while. But then it is so very central that when we tend to see things, and then when we become careful about what we're seeing, and there's a process of analysis along with just a very simple scene. So as a personally, when I try to see, I see a lot, and when I see a lot, I become very careful about because seeing a lot comes as a hint that I have got to see a lot, that consciousness, that thinking, that analysis, and I have to see it very carefully. So where does this carefulness comes in? We'll be discussing in a while. So before a lot, or this, I mean, I'm seeing a lot, for instance, and then this lot overwhelms me. Before it overwhelms me, I try to find a space for myself, that in the scene, or in the scene, that space constantly shrinks. So there's a whole lot of traditions here. Just to let me come in here, is that in the history of in the history of social sciences, especially sociology and anthropology, there's a constant urge to prove it as a science. So and when we are trying to prove it as a science, for instance, a whole positivist school, which started with Durkheim, of course, in the social scientists, then this whole question of the position of the seer or the observer or the researcher there was a tendency to minimize it. But as this whole process, whole methodology of observation or seeing developed in the due course of time, especially during 1980s and 1990s, there's a sense that why this shrinking should be done. I mean, there is no need to it. We do not have to prove that our seeing is scientific. I mean, we have to recognize or acknowledge that the seer or the observer is quite central to this whole scene, SCENE, and then what we see, the scene, SEEN. I will talk about it in later in the context. So, and as a researcher, I keep moving to see the lot, what I'm seeing, from different angles. So what could be the alternative perspectives in it? If I change my position, in the whole scene, then it could be maybe I could see something else. For instance, if I'm sitting in front of the mirror, then I'm seeing something. I'm seeing myself and then where I am. And then if I go beyond that mirror, then I see something else. I do not see that context, but I see a standing mirror not reflecting anything. So then it gives me a very different angle of what I am seeing. So I'm a person of image. So what does it mean? I mean, as I'm, and here when I say please take a note that it is not me, but it is the researcher. So I'm a person of image, personally also as a researcher also, as I have said that I'm trained as an anthropologist, and seeing is very central to my thing. And then image, comes in to it. I mean, image creates the first, thing what I see. And I like to see better. So what does it mean that when I say that I want to see better? So what I'm seeing, so deep seeing is something here is very, very important. That it is, I would like to, as a researcher, I'd like to see better. And then I'd like to see all the possible angles in a given scene. And maybe that is why I want to make myself unseen in the scene. So that again brings us back to the whole question of being scientific, ethnographic setup. That what I'm seeing there, my position is should not be more than what I'm seeing. So I want to make myself unseen, but that is again very against the whole idea of doing ethnography in the earlier stage of development of anthropology. For instance, there's a method in anthropology. And a person in a second perspective, we can see that when the researcher become a part of the scene, then what happens is that it can be also that I become more unseen in the scene. So I'm just a person amongst the subjects I'm seeing, or I'm just a part of the scene, so I'm not quite visible as a writer. So that defines what is the importance of the position of ethnographer or researcher in doing ethnographic research. So this also addresses the question of subjectivity, objectivity, reflexivity, and proving social science as a pure science, as an objective science. So as I have mentioned, that there are a lot of debates around this question, and different ethnographers, different practitioners have addressed these questions in different manner. But one thing in the contemporary research, the position of the researcher is quite central. So it is very important before we start learning about the ethnographic research, is that we become very, very aware of this tool called observation or seeing. So today, while as I have mentioned that I revisited my field, and then I will I'll come back to this part later. Before that, I'll just show you something, and then we'll try to see what we see. So yeah. So let's see what we see here. So there are 4 images, as you can see. I'll just elaborate it for you. This is a riverine area where this is a fish market. So there's no human here. In none of the pictures there is There's no human. And this is a river and this is a boat. And here this is the place of the shopkeeper. So he was selling the fish, and these are the birds who are there to, eat the remains. This is again a nearby market from this site where we can see different sort of vegetables which are being sold, right? And also we can see that this is a sort of flower which is not quite commonly eaten. But then this is specific to a reason. I'll come back to that geographic reason I'm talking about. This is lemon, this is gourd, this is banana, etc. And again, we do not have a participant here. Do not have a human participant here. Here again is another kind of flower, which is again eaten. The stems are eaten, and then and this is a food, a cooked food from that particular reason. And this is of course different sort of food. This is silkworm, which is little uncommon and very, very culture specific. So I'll come back to the context why I'm showing these pictures. Again, coming from that fish market, this is another market which is where we have two human participants, subjects. There is sellers. The next is this is a vegetable shop, and this is a fish, again dried fish, which a female person is seller is selling. And next to it, this is a very interesting kind of a fruit, which is again very region specific. This is called elephant apple. And this is ferns, which are very deliciously, delicious to eat. And then there are different form of recipes in this particular geography I'm talking about. So let me tell you, this is from Arunachal Pradesh. This is a Patani tribe women who are selling these, things. And this is actually bamboo shoot, which is not very clear, but then this is, they have covered it with a polythene, and this is, I think this is a lemon. Again, another market, which is, again, we can see that there are a lot of human participants here, subjects here. It's a crowded market, and of course, different vegetables are. We can see a lot of color here, right? And also, like, we can see men and women selling and buying these things. They're wearing different colors and then different sort of attire. This is again very culture specific, and it talks about many things. We'll come back to it. There's another, again, similar setup with a lot of color, a lot of buyers and sellers, a lot of human participants, a lot of human subjects. And I'll just quickly show you in this. I hope that you can see.
मुश्किल भी है दावों के लिए
Okay. So am I here? Can someone confirm? Hello? Okay. So the video you couldn't see, can someone confirm? Am I?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are able to see.
Could you see the video? Someone messaged that can't see the video.
No, video is not seen.
Oh, okay. I played the video, but then it didn't play. Okay, all right. So I think I'll skip this part because it's little. It will take some time maybe. So the video, so let's go back to here. So basically I was talking about the different participants and different subjects, and then what the video, what I was playing is, it's a Surf Excel advertisement, very old advertisement, not very old, but then it's an old advertisement of the Surf Excel, where a grandmother, when an aged woman is eating along with a kid, and then the kid is eating with hand, and then there's a person who is not, or originally from India, and then they see, and then they ask, oh, and it was a strange thing that the kid is eating with hand, and then he's darting his clothes, and the woman replies that this is a tradition of India, that we eat with hands, and then we dirty the thing. And then next comes to the product, the Surf Excel, and then the Surf Excel says that the advertisement says that it can clean any sort of dirt. Now what is the context for all these images? So I would elaborate a little, but if you want to add something, I would request all of you to add to this whole exercise of seeing. First thing is that in this particular context, we do not have any human subjects to see or observe, or any human behavior to see and observe. These images are reflective of so many things, which again, comes from a very fundamental exercise of seeing, right? So as I have said, that this is silkworm, which is again very culture specific, eaten in the parts of northeastern India. And then it is again, it is again community specific, not just culture specific, community specific. So not all the communities living in northeast India eat silkworm, but they eat the communities like the tribal communities like Missing, and communities like Ahom, they eat silkworm, and it's a delicacy, and it's a part of the rituals as well, right? And these foods, they talk about the different vegetables, they talk about the food habits of a particular region. And then this setup talks about how a fish market could be seen, and what are the dynamics there. As I have said, there's a seller, there are non-human dependent who really rely on the vestige of this fish market. There's this river, which is a very important channel of trade in this particular region, and then the fish vendors, the traders, they rely on this water body a lot, not just for fishing, but also for the transportation of the goods to the market area. In the next image, as I have seen, we have two human participants, subjects to observe. One is woman and one is man. So basically, we can see that it is the whole dynamics of the whole gender dynamics, that how a woman is engaging into this. I mean, there could be a lot of interpretations in this particular image. And also it is again talks about a very interesting food culture, the eating of the dried fish. There are different ways of eating of the dried fish. In different communities, it is even not considered as pure food, which is also, there's a sense of impurity into it. So, and because of its strong smell, because of its and so in many communities and many geographical areas, it is not considered as a pure food, not considered as a preferred food. Here we have a tribal community, and all the vendors, all the sellers are women. So it talks about the independent. I mean, it could be interpreted as that they are the position of women in the society. So if we talk about the tribal societies from Northeast India specifically, then we can see that we have communities, we have societies like Khasi, which is matrilineal, and then the role of woman is quite central to these tribal communities. So in this mere observation or mere seeing of this photographs, we can see that these are the sellers who gather very common things which are easily available around their habitat, and then they collect it and then they sell it to the seller, to the buyers. And as I have mentioned, this is bamboo shoot. Again, this brings us back to this question of purity, impurity question. And also it talks about that how preferred food for one community is always not accepted by many of the communities. So there are cultural specificity about even the consumption of the food. There is not a universal pattern of the consumption of food. It is quite cultural specific. So how do we reflect on that? So there are very interesting writings by, for instance, anthropologists like Dolly Kikon, who writes about the fermented foods, for instance, ehoni, which I couldn't show you the video. I mean, I had a video from one of the very it's a popular film, ehoni, and which talks about this unacceptance of the strong aroma in the northern Delhi, where the migrants residents from Northeast, cook ehoni, and then they kind of try to stop the cooking. So it's a very interesting film in terms of that sort of lens to get that how the food consumption, even a very mundane thing like food consumption, can be culture specific, and then there are a lot to see in that particular context. Again, in this particular market scene, which appears to be very mundane, but it's very interesting in terms of the gender dynamics, as we have said, that the role of the women are quite central here. There are a lot of sellers from the women community. So as I have said in the earlier, that when we see that the role of the woman in places like in tribal communities like from Northeast India is quite strong, but then here we can see that this is an image from I have taken it from internet, but this is an image from one of the southern states of India. There also we can see that there are a lot of women sellers. So what could be the interpretation of it? Maybe it can lead to a different sort of interpretation about the gender dynamics in a marketplace. Next to that, I mean, the last, again, this is another, I mean, interesting image, which also talks about this. Sorry, I just got a message, so I'll read it. Yes, of course. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mention about the colonial, resistance to the strong aroma food. There are a lot of interesting accounts by the colonial administrators about the strong aromatic food in India, not just specific to the Eastern, India. And very interestingly, the West Bengal culture, the food culture, especially the Kolkata food culture, is known for the impression of for the influence of the colonial administrators, how it was reformed around the market, in a sense that they had to feed the colonial administrators. There are a lot of interesting accounts about that. So it is not just the current Indian scenario, but it is about the cultural specificity and also about the whole dynamics of the market, how it evolves, how this whole consumption pattern changes, or how different sort of food emerges. So yeah, that's a very interesting point. Thank you. Someone has mentioned about that point. Yeah, so but I couldn't talk about it in details. This is the honey picture I wanted to show you, but that I couldn't. And this is the Surf Excel ad. So in the Surf Excel ad, as I have mentioned, that it informs one culture to the other. That here eating with food is with hand is very normal, and it is a part of our culture. So we eat with hand, and that is in fact using spoon as something we many of the Indian cultures, almost most of the Indian culture, consider it as a secondary eating. It's we kind of use a medium to eat, so it alienates the taste. So there's a very interesting reference here that food cooked in a modern gas stoves, for instance. So there's a very interesting debate between that the burnt food, for instance, the roasted food, the whole culture of tandoor from Punjab. So how, and also it just, the whole tandoor culture, the spread of the tandoor culture in the rest of the, not just the India, but also rest of the world, also talks about how this whole consumption pattern, community specific, culture specific consumption pattern has taken a seat, a very important position in the larger neoliberal economy. So it has crossed the boundaries, it has reached to other cultures, and then it has become something else. So coming back to the whole point of reference here, that why we are talking about it. I have this very interesting image to show you, which again is very important because we are going to talk about the interdisciplinary approaches or interdisciplinary use of the method of ethnography. So this is from a book cover, which is this image is not from I have taken it from a book cover, but this is a colonial image which was used in a book cover, and Empire's Garden, Assam and the Making of India by Joyita Sarma. And there's a simple image which talks about so many things. For instance, this talks about the tea cultivation primarily. This is a woman who is plucking the tea leaves in colonial India. And of course, I'm sure that many of us, we are aware of the fact that the tea garden laborers in Assam were brought by the colonial administrators from different parts of India, particularly the central India, and then central India and the parts of the larger Chota Nagpur area in the colonial India. And they were because of the cheap labor, of course, because they had the colonial administrator had experimented with the Chinese laborers at the first place, because the origin of tea was, it was discovered in parts of Assam, but then the legacy was of course in the South China. So then it was brought from China. So they tried to rely on the Chinese laborers because they're very skillful. But then because they couldn't rely on them, because they were highly skillful and very, very specific labor. So they were not being able to, the Chinese laborers, they were not being able to clean the jungles, the difficult jungles of Assam, or then Assam, the present in Northeast. So they had to rely on, the colonial administrators had to rely on different sort of, laborers. For instance, they experimented with the Kachari tribes in Assam. They experimented with the Naga tribes in Assam. So in Nagaland, that time Assam. So they didn't succeed. So they relied on this cheap labor, which were brought. There's a long history. There are a lot of writings on it. There's a long history of this labor, transportation, how inhuman it was. It's a highly, highly colonial. But then from this image, what we see is that, as I have said, that it talks about a very larger, colonial picture. It gives us a very larger colonial picture of that time of political economy of Assam, which is of course central to this tea cultivation. And then also talks about this beautiful woman, from migrant woman who worked there. And then, and also the title of the book, The Empire's Garden. It's quite significant and quite interpretative on its own. So a mere image can bring us back, not just in terms of space, as I have mentioned, that, it is specific to a geographic region, specific to a community, but it can also bring us back or takes us back to a different time zone altogether, and then talk about a different sort of, a larger questions of not just the culture, not just the society, but about the political economy. So this is the power of seeing. So, and which is very central to this whole methodology of doing ethnography in social sciences. I have an image which maybe I can discuss it later also, but then I can just quickly tell you, because I also want to mention here about the interconnectedness of the different disciplines like social sciences, the sociology, anthropology, and then history, as I have mentioned earlier. These are the images which I had collected during my fieldwork in parts of Assam. So it talks about, as you can see, that instruction to prepare protest balloons and hand grenades. So these are pictures from Assam during 1980s, because I do not know whether you are aware of it. I'm sure that many of us are aware of it. There's a very long, popular protest, which happened for the enfranchisement of illegal immigrants, particularly from the East Pakistan at that point of time, and Bangladesh later. So that during that 5 years of movement, what were the developments? So these are the basic claim of the protesters were that this is a non-violent protest, and then they were protesting just against the enfranchisement of illegal immigrants. And then they want those illegal immigrants to out of the state, Assam. And the accord was signed in 1985, which is known for Assam Accord. And there's a very important context of the present day India, particularly in terms of the implementation of Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, and also upgradation of NSC 1951. Which happened in Assam. And NRC was prepared in Assam. So this is the historical context. We can discuss it later. Maybe I'll be mentioning it about later. But then what these images talk about? In this particular image, if the image in my left, it talks about a balloon. You prepare a protest balloon where we'll be just saying that we need to expel the illegal immigrants from Assam. And and they will just show our protest, which is very non-violent on surface. And this is, of course, this is written in Assamese, and they were circulated handwritten, and they were circulated locally, because there's a lot of the police would have caught it, so then they were very careful. So it was a very localized exercise. But then there were some instructions from the organizations which had led the protests, like All Assam Students Union and All Assam Ganasangram Pariষদ of that time. But this is the face of the non-violence, the same movement, social movement I'm talking about. There's a face of the non-violence. In a second picture, the picture to my right, talks about a preparation. There's an instruction how to prepare a hand grenade. So with the help of the available resources, how anybody in the locality can prepare a hand grenade, which also talks about, of course, the instruction first, and then they talk about that we are not going to use it first, but then if it comes to the defense, then we'll be using it. But that is just we have to be interpretative in this when we see this image, because the same social movement popular protest had claimed that it is a non-violent protest. So there's a violent side of it as well. And just to make a note here, that in before and after or during the 1983 assembly election, which was imposed by the center, there were thousands of killings in a place called Nelly in Nagaon. So, there's a whole lot of historical context to it. So one is the face of the non-violence. And then the second is the face of the violent protest of the same popular protest. And this was collected from a personal archive of a person who kind of accumulated and kept these records alive. So these sorts of records are not available in the state archives, which I have collected during my fieldwork, ethnographic fieldwork, to take a mention. So the point here about the interdisciplinarity, I'll mention about it in the next. This is a very important and very interesting account, and again from my field, which is a different fieldwork. The earlier one is from my PhD fieldwork, and this is from my MPhil fieldwork. This is an image of a very old publication. It was written by the the first Punch of that particular village in the northeastern part of Assam, a village from the northeastern part of Assam. So it talks about the name of this book. The title is Ganatantra. I mean, if I spell it in Assamese, it is Ganatantra, and it is just Ganatantra. So, which means the democracy, and it talks about it. It discusses different forms of government. It was written during just after the independence, but yeah, it was published later in 1960s. It was published, and it was very significantly, very importantly, this is a novel. There's a note in the preface. The writer says that this is not a very traditional type of novel, because it is written for a particular purpose. And the intent was, motive was to educate the uneducated people about the whole process of democracy. What is democracy? So it is, again, brings us back to time. In 1947, it was written in 1951, I think, and there was handwritten, a lot of copies. I mean, 3-4 copies, handwritten copies, and very significantly, these copies were circulated or read amongst the people. So they would gather in a place, and then it will be read just to educate people about what is it that India is going towards what. So, and it talks about the other form of the government as well, that what are the alternatives we have, the kingdom, autocracy, what kind of alternative governments could have, and why India was choosing democracy. That there's a whole lot of philosophical debate in this particular novel, and then it finally says that we settle for democracy, and then it draws from a mythology. For instance, I mean, it is not just a mythology, but it's a retelling of mythology of Sita. I mean, how Sita was discovered in a fine dawn on the border of two villages, and then how it was settled that to which village Sita will belong, and then finally it was settled that the maximum vote we gain, whatever village votes for it, the maximum number of votes we get, the Sita will be transferred or given to that particular village. So that's how it was, taught. But what is the point here? Point of reference and the context to our discussion is that this is a piece of literature. This is a novel. But then it has first of all, it has a very historical, very large and very important, significant historical context. Secondly, why it is important to the discussion of ethnography. As I have said, that when we saw these images, it talked about a different time altogether. This is 80s, this is colonial India, this is 80s, and this is, again, just immediately after the independence. So these particular scenes and the analysis from this scene, the interpretation of these images also informs us not just about a particular culture, but informs us about a particular period of time. And history, disciplines from humanities like history, literature, relies on these sources extensively. And as I have said, that where does ethnography come? For instance, this particular kind of collection from personal archives is not explored by the conventional historians. So it is the job of the ethnographers who go into the field, talk to people, listen to their oral history, which is not, again, which is not, again, very specific, which is not just talk about, which doesn't talk about this, conventional methods of doing history or writing history, but this also talks about going to the field and then talking to different kind of people. So oral history makes a very significant part of ethnography. So ethnography is not just you go, you talk, as I have said, that you see. It means an interpretation of what is seen, an interpretation of the communities or the cultures of what is being seen, the images. So and also it is not just about the seeing of the present, that I'm sitting here and I'm seeing, and this is 2024. Then how can I see something from 1980s, from the colonial time? We can see from these images, we can interpret. And it is not just scan, but this is a part of the methodology of ethnography, that we have to engage with different sorts of images, and not just particularly, not just specific to space, but also across time. And very important point here to make is that ethnography, or doing ethnography, or the ethnographic research, is about doing a holistic research of social sciences. I mean, it talks about the totality. So it and totality, not just in terms of the culture specificity, but we tend to see everything in it. So not just space, not just people, not just and also, as I have mentioned, I mean, if you can recall, if we go back to these images, the first images here, there is no human being here. So anthropology is the standard definition of is a study of man across time and space, but it is not just that. It is not just a human, but it is just non-human creature which are dependent on this particular market site that we are also observing. It talks about the ecology. It talks about the whole environment. So it's a seeing in totality. So we have to see it in not just in context. Of course, we have to have a context, but then we have to see it in totality. I will slowly move towards the next points that I would like to make. That there's a second part of it. Then, I mean, I'll start with an example, but then just to make again, before I go there, what are the techniques to do this? I mean, and also as I'm seeing that it is a seeing in totality, what is the research part of it? What does it mean when we just say that ethnography? Ethnography is not just, and it also expands our visions across, space and time. And also, it brings us back to the whole question of problem of seeing, or the space of the position of the CR. But then when there's another scope where it becomes very scientific and and this is very central to the ethnographic research, is that what is ethnography? Very simple, that if we break the word, ethno means people and graphy means writing. So as I have said, that it is not just about people. And why it is not just about people, I'll be elaborating it in a while. But the more important part is that it is not just the methods, it is not just how we do, but it is also the writing part of it. So the objectivity question and subjectivity question also comes in here, that when I write, when a researcher writes, then the writing is always very subjective. An interpretation of cultures or interpretation of what we see is very, again, it puts the writer in a very, central position. So, and we cannot deny it when it comes to the doing ethnography. Ethnography is very, very, it is about not just the method, not just the way we do. For instance, in quantitative or qualitative research, and there's also a reference at the introduction, which was said that it is a qualitative, method. It follows the qualitative method. But ethnography can also do quantitative method. So it can do everything. So because it has a very natural tendency to include everything. So we can do a quantitative research and then write an ethnography. But the importance here would be the writing part. So how we present our data. So it is not very simple that this chart is saying this. So this is the conclusion. There should be a contextual writing to the conclusion, that why we are concluding like that. For instance, in qualitative research, it is a sample problem of sample. I will move into the next part in a while. That I'll talk about doing ethnography of elections. That also, readdress this question of, ethno means people and then graphy means writing. Then how can you do the ethnography of, elections? But then let me also remind you here, this is again very, very contemporary. So that's why I'm referring to it. I'm not sure whether you are following the election results in the last, general elections, but I'm sure that on and off, all of us, we are following that. There's a very interesting, saying about this particular elections, especially from the psephologists or observers like Yogendra Yadav. It is saying that, it is, ye aakre ka khel nahi hai. This is not just about number, but this is about the Iqbal. So the Yogendra Yadav said that this is about Iqbal. So when we do quantitative or qualitative research, then the number, and also Yogendra Yadav himself and other psephologists like Prashant Kishore has also mentioned that it was a problem of sampling. And also when we kind of analyze the elections, there are not very, scientific tools to calculate the fear factor. So, I mean, we can gauge a lot of, there are different tools to identify the fear factor in it. But then when it comes to informants talking to people that a person has voted and then just came out, and then the general trend is that, the so-and-so party is going to win. So the voter tends to say that I have voted for that particular party.
Ma'am, sorry. Ma'am,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, it would be more convenient for the participant if you use both the language, because it may generate more interest in them to understand.
Oh, Hindi. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll try. My Hindi is not very great. I mean, this is you all come from Lucknow, and then please pardon me. But then I'll try. Yes. So then Yogendra Yadav said, I mean, I was like, when I was listening to Yogendra Yadav, I was like admiring him from speaking so good Hindi. I mean, he comes from the Hindi speaking belt, but then I do not, but yet, so I'll try my best. So Yogendra Yadav said कि ये आखिरी का गेम नहीं है, ये इकबाल का गेम है. So लोगों ने जो सोचा है, जैसे एक वोटर अगर एक बूथ में जाता है, बूथ में वोट करके आते हैं, तो उनको हम पूछते हैं कि आपने किन को वोट दिया. सो द पावर पॉलिटिक्स जो जहाँ पे होता है कि जो पावरफुल पार्टी है और जो लोग बातचीत कर रहे हैं कि ये वाला पार्टी जीतेगा. सो देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि द वोटर जिन्होंने वोट दे के आए हैं, द रिसर्चर, द क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्चर, द सर्वे, सैंपल सर्वे वाला जो कर रहे हैं वहां पे जाके पूछ रहे कि आप किनको वोट दे के आए हो. So there's a very natural tendency कि नहीं, हमने इनको ही वोट दे के आए हैं. Just to, that's a very natural defense that, I don't want to be highlighted as a voter who has voted for the opposition. Simple. So ये जो problem है सर्वे रिसर्च में, क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च में, ये प्रॉब्लम एथनोग्राफिक रिसर्च में कैसे इसका हल हम निकाल सकते हैं. There's a very interesting solution in ethnographic research for it, that we interpret. So ये कोई scientific tool नहीं है, इसमें कोई methods नहीं है, इसमें कोई formula नहीं है, unlike qualitative method. So qualitative method में बस samples होते हैं, quantitative method में तो बस numbers होते हैं, आंकड़े होते हैं. So वहां से ये जो reflections आते हैं, ये सच नहीं बता पाते हैं. So the what Yogendra Yadav said, psephologists like Yogendra Yadav and also Prashant Kishore has confirmed it, because Prashant Kishore का आंकड़ा बहुत बड़ा था बीजेपी के लिए. So वो जो correction है उसमें वो लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि ये यहाँ पे गलती हुई है कि जो सर्वे वाला जो सैंपल है उसमें गलती हुई है, and transfer of the percentage of vote to the transfer of seat, that वहां पे गलती हुई है हम लोग की. So ये जो limitations है quantitative and qualitative method का, ये limitations पूरा करते हैं ethnographic research. So this gap can be very interestingly made, क्योंकि वो interpretative जो स्टेट में हम चले जाते हैं उसमें वी कैन सी अ लॉट. वी कैन जस्ट गो टू अ, नॉट ड्यूरिंग इलेक्शन, आफ्टर इलेक्शन और मे बी बिफोर इलेक्शन हम जाते हैं. I mean, right now I'm talking about election, so that's why I'm talking about election, but it can be any point. For instance, if we are doing a भूकंप की कोई अगर स्टडी हम कर रहे हैं, अर्थक्वेक की कोई स्टडी कर रहे हैं, अर्थक्वेक हो गया, उसके बाद देयर लॉट ऑफ पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशंस होंगे, लोगों को पूछा जाएगा कि क्या क्या दिक्कतें हुई हैं, कहाँ पे आप लोग रह रहे हैं, सरकार आपके लिए क्या कर रहे हैं, एनजीओज आपके लिए क्या कर रहे हैं. ये वाला जो क्वेश्चन है, ये अगर हम उनको ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट से उठा के बाद में जाके हम उनसे बात करते हैं, या फिर बाहर बात करते हैं, स्पेस से बाहर बात करते हैं, रेफ्यूजी कैंप में नहीं, बाहर से हम देखना चाहते हैं, तो ये क्वेश्चंस, ये इंटरप्रिटेटिव मेथड जो एथनोग्राफी यूज करते हैं उसको बहुत फायदेमंद रहता है, बिकॉज वी कैन सी a lot beyond that particular sample size, beyond that particular quantitative methods, the numbers and वो. And ये सबसे बड़ा the methods, that the different tools that, I mean, before I go to that question, these tools, I mean, let me also mention about these tools, the participatory observation, as I have been talking about seeing, हम क्या देखते हैं उनके बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं. So यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेटरी एंड नॉन पार्टिसिपेटरी ऑब्जर्वेशन की बात चलती है कि एथनोग्राफी में हम पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं. जैसे आई एम ऑल्सो वोटर फॉर इंस्टेंस, आई मीन फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर रिसर्च आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट इलेक्शन के बारे में अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं या फिर रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, सो वहां पे मैं सेम बूथ में जाके अगर मैं वोट कर रहा हूँ एंड देन मैं उसी वोट में बाकी मेरे जो साथ वोट कर रहे हैं उनके साथ मैं बात कर रही हूँ, सो मेरा जो मेथड होगा वो अलग है, बिकॉज यहाँ पे मैं पार्टिसिपेट भी कर रही हूँ. सो आई एम जस्ट ए पर्सन हु इज ऑल्सो पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन द मेथड, इन द प्रोसेस, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई एम साइंटिफिकली, आई एम वेरी कॉन्शियसली एंड केयरफुली ऑब्जर्विंग. मैं बात भी कर रही हूँ, मैं देख भी रही हूँ, सो वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है यहाँ पे. सो ये participatory method is, again, it has evolved, and it also talks about कि researcher का जो central जो फोकाई होता है वो लोग I mean the researcher becomes central here, and it also merges with the whole context. तो ये participatory method होता है. So observation में हम जब देख रहे होते हैं वहां पे दो किस्म के researchers हो सकते हैं. एक हो सकता है जो पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, दूसरा हो सकता है कि जो पार्टिसिपेट ना कर रहे हैं बट दिन देख रहे हैं. आप सबको पता है कि मैं बाहर से हूँ, मैं वोटर नहीं हूँ, बट देन इफ आई गो एंड ऑब्जर्व ए इलेक्शन इन बांग्लादेश फॉर इंस्टेंस, आई एम नॉट बांग्लादेशी नेशनल, बट और लोगों को पता है कि मुझे बांग्ला बोलना नहीं आता है. कैसे मुझे समझेंगे वो लोग कि मैं बाहर से हूँ? मुझे बांग्ला बोलना नहीं आता है फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, और मुझे इतनी समझ नहीं है उनके कल्चर के बारे में. सो और मे बी आई ड्रेस डिफरेंटली, मैं अलग कपड़े पहन के जा सकती हूँ, वहां पे बैठ सकती हूँ. सो देखने से ही पता चल सकता है कि मैं बाहर से हूँ. सो वो जो एक होता है कि मैं उनको देख रही हूँ बट देन मैं बाहर से हूँ, आई एम नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर लार्जर रिसर्च सीन, वहां पे दिस इज द नॉन पार्टिसिपेटरी ऑब्जर्वेशन. सो ये दो किस्म के ऑब्जर्वेशन से भी सिर्फ एक टूल को यूज करके, आई मीन जस्ट सीइंग, जस्ट ऑब्जर्वेशन टूल यूज करके वी कैन डू द रिसर्च. एंड इट इज ऑल अबाउट द इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ द होलिस्टिक सीन, जो हम समुदाय में जब देखते हैं उसके बारे में लिखना होता है. बट द फाइनल प्रोडक्ट हियर इज, द फाइनल पार्ट ऑफ द रिसर्च इज द राइटिंग. हम क्या लिखते हैं उसके बारे में. सेकेंड थिंग इज अ इंटरव्यू. जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि ये जो पार्टिसिपेटरी सर्वे मेथड के बारे में हमने जब बात किया, तो मैंने बोला कि हम लोगों से जाके बात कर रहे हैं. ये जो बात करने का तरीका होता है, जैसे क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च में ये बहुत मेजर रोल प्ले करता है कि इट इज जस्ट अ इंटरव्यू. Personally, I would call it not just an interview, but in-depth interview, and also I call it a conversation. So it is not just that हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं, ये conversation है, वार्तालाप है, और ये सिर्फ इंटरव्यू नहीं है, क्योंकि इंटरव्यू में देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम, एंड व्हाट इज दैट प्रॉब्लम? दैट आई विल आस्क क्वेश्चन एंड द सब्जेक्ट विल आंसर. वो प्रॉब्लम कन्वर्सेशन में नहीं होता है, हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं. सो बातचीत करने से जितने चीजें निकल के आ सकते हैं वो किसी और में, इंटरव्यू में मियर इंटरव्यू में पॉसिबल नहीं है। इन डेप्थ इंटरव्यू में देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि हम जब अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड क्वेश्चन लेके जाते हैं कि हम क्या पूछेंगे, उसका कोई एक स्ट्रक्चर है, थोड़ा सा आइडिया है, हम हमारे थोड़ा सा अनुभव है कि हम यही पूछना चाहते हैं, लेकिन हम ये नहीं जानते कि एग्जैक्टली हम क्या पूछेंगे। जो हमारे कन्वर्सेशन से निकल के आएगा, हम बातचीत के दौरान जो निकल के आएगा, हम वही पूछेंगे। सो वो इन डेप्थ इंटरव्यू होता है। इन डेप्थ इंटरव्यू में देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ पॉसिबिलिटी कि जो डायनामिक्स है वो ज्यादा निकल के आता है, विच इज अ लिमिटेशन ऑफ जस्ट डूइंग survey method or just doing qualitative research. Qualitative research में we have a prepared long, it can be a long questionnaire, it can be a short questionnaire. वो लेके हम जाते हैं, बैठते हैं, उनको पूछते हैं ये क्या 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 हुआ, वो लोग रिप्लाई देते हैं, उसको बस हाँ ना में होता है। कभी कभी थोड़ा सा गैप होता है कि इलाबोरेशन का होता है कि 1 2 3 सेंटेंसेस हम वहां पे लिखते हैं, लेकिन वहां से जो उनका जो इंटरप्रिटेशन होता है या रिप्रेजेंटेशन होता है, उसका जो राइटिंग पार्ट होता है, वो बहुत ही इट्स नॉट अ थिक डिस्क्रिप्शन, बहुत ही थिन डिस्क्रिप्शन होता है। आई वुड से इट इज नॉट द पोजिशन, इट्स नॉट द बाइनरी, इट इज नॉट यूज्ड, आई एम यूजिंग इट, बट ये इसका बहुत एक वीक एनालिसिस और रिप्रेजेंटेशन होता है कि वो जो सब्जेक्टिव जो डिफरेंसेस होता है उसका कोई महत्व नहीं रहता है उसमें। लेकिन इन डेप्थ इंटरव्यू में और कन्वर्सेशन में उनकी गुंजाइश रहती है। वो जो राइटर होते हैं, फाइनली उनको जो लिखा जाता है, जो लिखते हैं, उसमें बहुत अच्छे से उनको रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं हम। Another very interesting method is a case study. So case study is, again, it is used by the qualitative method users also, in especially in disciplines like political science. So they rely a lot on the case studies. For instance, case study of Tunisia, for instance, but which is very unlikely the anthropological meaning of doing a case study. When it comes to an ethnographic fieldwork or doing ethnography, the case studies are generally, it could be about, for instance, हम अगर election study कर रहे हैं, उसमें एक candidate की हम case study ले सकते हैं, और उसमें हम एक voter की case study ले सकते हैं, but वो कैसे significant हो सकता है? To understand the voter, for instance, पप्पू यादव का अगर हम केस स्टडी लेना चाहते हैं, उनके बारे में अगर हम जानना चाहते हैं, वो अगेन इट कम्स in the life history method also, the next method you can see in the slide. हम एक चने के बारे में अगर जानना चाहते हैं, वो केस स्टडी भी बोल सकते हैं, उसे हम लाइफ हिस्ट्री भी बोल सकते हैं। So एक वोटर के बारे में, one person के, and I have just taken the name of one of the contestant, candidate in the last general election, but वो कोई भी हो सकता है। For instance, अगर हम लालू यादव की बात करें, तो उनके जो लाइफ हिस्ट्री है, वहां से क्या निकल के आ सकता है? I think it can be a very rich account. जो biographies होते हैं, वहां से the researchers, the ethnographic researchers, they draw a lot, because biography से हम not just about the time and space or not just about the context, but हम टाइम में भी वापस जा सकते हैं। तो हम जब छोटे थे, हमने क्या क्या देखा था, दैट इज क्वाइट इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड इट इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट अ सिग्निफिकेंट पर्सनैलिटी, इट कैन बी अबाउट अ वोटर। फॉर इंस्टेंस, अ वोटर हु हैज बीन वोटिंग सिंस 1952। सो 1952 में जो वोट कर रहे थे, वो आज भी वोट कर रहे हैं। उनका जो जर्नी है एज अ वोटर, to understand the whole election process in India, it can be very immensely helpful. So, but yeah, I mean, pardon my references here, I mean, examples, because I want to talk about doing ethnography of elections. First of all, this is my area. And then second of all, this is quite, relevant and contemporary. So just to make you understand that हम ethnography कैसे कर सकते हैं, इसीलिए मेरे examples election से आ रहे हैं. But then for instance, any community, if we just want to study a small tribal community, then वहां पे हम case study and life history कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं? अगर एक small tribal community का है, वो political scientist वाले बोलेंगे it's a case study of a so and so tribe. So because it's a small society, and then how it reflects on the larger structure, कि ये जो tribal community है, इनका if it is from India, then in Indian nation state का जो नेशन स्टेट में इनका क्या क्या रिफ्लेक्शंस रहा है, इन लोगों ने कैसे पार्टिसिपेट किया है, हिस्टोरिकली ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं. So, the historical process, the time is quite central to the ethnographic research. So, वो वैसे भी हम स्टडी कर सकते हैं. एंड लाइफ हिस्ट्री में फॉर इंस्टेंस द सेम कम्युनिटी स्टडी इफ यू वांट टू डू, देन वो ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी से हम किसी एक पर्सन के जो बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट पर्सनैलिटी रहे हैं, एट द सेम टाइम वो कोई सिग्निफिकेंट पर्सनैलिटी नहीं भी रह सकते हैं, बट लेकिन उनके जो अनुभव है काफी ज्यादा है, वो काफी टाइम से वो कम्युनिटी के मेंबर रह चुके हैं, कुछ कुछ काम किए हैं या फिर ऐसे ही बैठ के ऑब्जर्व किया है, उनके बारे में भी हम लिख सकते हैं. वहां से भी हम उस कम्युनिटी के बारे में एक टोटल अकाउंट हम लिख सकते हैं. बट द मेन थिंग हियर अगेन द राइटिंग पार्ट ऑफ इट, हम उसको कैसे लिखते हैं, कैसे हम उसको लार्जर स्ट्रक्चर में फिट करते हैं, नॉट जस्ट फिट बट how it reflects on the larger structure. So it is not just a commentary, writing a commentary on a smaller thing that we are doing, but then it is also connecting it to the larger scene. So this whole debate, local versus global, I mean, it's a very contemporary and very, very, common debate in social sciences, that how local reflects the global. So ये जो global picture है वो भी local, reflect करते हैं. But then it depends on how we write about it. How, first of all, how we do the research, and then how we write about it. Then coming into, I have talked about in-depth, interview, oral history, I have mentioned. And then village study. This is very, another is organizational ethnography. What is organizational ethnography? I mean, it is, for instance, एक अगर institute, I mean, any educational institute, for instance, if we pick Banaras Hindu University, it's a quite an old university, and then what is the relevance? What is the relevance of studying an institution, an organization, like an education institutions? It talks a lot about the the whole education, the culture in the northern India, for first instance, and secondly it talks about the whole change or shifts in the larger educational process in India, starting from the colonial time to the present. Allahabad University, any university, I mean, Aligarh Muslim University. So we can talk about Lucknow University. So these are the, I mean, we can do an institutional or organizational ethnography, study of a particular institutions also. And this is quite central to doing research in for instance, in market studies nowadays. जो मैनेजमेंट के स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, ये लोग बहुत ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एथनोग्राफी करते हैं, बिकॉज जो कॉर्पोरेट स्टडी है, जो कॉर्पोरेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एमएनसीज होते हैं, उनके बारे में हम कैसे पढ़ सकते हैं, कैसे लिख सकते हैं उनके बारे में. सो दिस इज अबाउट द ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एथनोग्राफी. इट टॉक्स अबाउट एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, वहां पे जो जैसे डायनेमिक्स होते हैं, उनके इंटरनल डायनेमिक्स होता है, जो हॉराइजॉन्टल उनका स्पेस है वो कैसा है, जो हायरार्किकल जो वर्टिकल स्पेस है, जैसे एक स्मॉल इंस्टीट्यूट में, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट में क्या होता है, डीन होता है, वाइस चांसलर होते हैं, डायरेक्टर होते हैं, फिर फैकल्टीज होते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं. सो दीज कंपोनेंट्स and how, what is the dynamics between these components. So this is quite central to understand the corporate structure. So management में ये बहुत करते हैं, and this is quite quite a very old practice in doing ethnographic research. Another very central and very important method of ethnographic research is the doing a village study. This is very central and very, very much talked about, and there's a revival of this method. एक गांव के बारे में पढ़ने से उसका क्या महत्व हो सकता है? Just a small village, जिसका कोई I mean, apparently that village is very insignificant in the larger picture. For instance, एक गांव ने, the present context we are talking about, एक election में कैसे वोट किया, उसका क्या relevance हो सकता है to study in ethnography. If we do an ethnographic study of elections, I think सबसे important जो point यहाँ से उभर के आ सकता है कि जो voting pattern हम देख सकते हैं कि कौन से community ने किनको वोट दिया. But this is not a divisive method to understand. Let me clarify. But at the same time, it also reflects on the larger national debate, which is again very central to community specific voting. So जो voting pattern है, जो voting behavior है in larger Indian scenario, वो समझने के लिए एक छोटा सा विलेज काफी है एक जगह पे। यूपी का एक छोटा विलेज या महाराष्ट्र का एक छोटा विलेज अगर हम उठाते हैं, वहां से अगर हम देखना चाहते हैं कि ये विलेज ने किन किन को किस किस लिए वोट दिया, वहां से जो बड़ा पैटर्न है वो उभर के आ सकता है। एंड इट्स क्वाइट सेंट्रल। एम एन श्रीनिवास, द रिमेम्बर्ड विलेज इज वन ऑफ द वेरी लीडिंग ethnographic work in the village study, in ethnographic research. So I have talked about the alternative side, the archive कैसे हमें help करता है. It connects us not only with the space but also with the time. So हम वापस जाके past में जाके we can discuss something from the past. Okay, so now I'll talk about what I have been wanting to talk about, the election. So this is again, let me also clarify that this is an example to understand that हम ethnography कैसे कर सकते हैं. Also to bring all of us, our attention out of that, community specific, local, thing, and then understanding like, it is a study of human. No, it is not just a study of human, but it can be a study of the event called, election. And why I have picked up this example doing ethnography in elections, as I have said that this is contemporary, we can relate to this because, we just have seen an event like election, general election अभी हुआ है, results अभी आए हैं, so हमें थोड़ा to समझने के लिए थोड़ा easy होगा. And also this is my core area, so I'm just bringing myself back to my comfort zone. So there's in anthropological study or understanding, when we do a study of an event or anything, not just an event, but an organization, an event, or a particular happening, or a particular, community. So we have two, views of it, which is formalist view, which is a little old school. I mean, not old school, but yeah, it is. I mean, I do not personally believe in this old school, new school thing, but then it is little traditional in approach. The larger structure. So it is about the formalist view of the larger structure. So when we say election, then it is the election we understand, the general election or assembly election or a panchayat election. But it is more specifically about that particular event called election, the larger structure. And substantivist view, which is again not opposite to it, but then which complements the gap जो formalist view में होता है, वो relations in structure. As I have mentioned, अभी मैंने जो आपको बोला institutions में, जैसे I have given the example of an education institutions, वहाँ पे जो larger structure है वो क्या है, the employment का, as I have said कि vice chancellor रहते हैं, director रहते हैं, and then the deans रहते हैं, उसके बाद faculties रहते हैं, उसके बाद students रहते हैं. So कौन किसके बाद आता है, ये this is about the structure, कि the larger structure. This is the pattern, the structure of this particular institute. But then when it comes into substance-based view, when we try to understand it in the dynamics of it, then we talk about the relations. So student के साथ teacher के, faculties के relations क्या है, या फिर faculties के साथ administration के relations क्या है, उसमें क्या क्या dynamics है. That can include a lot of things about, for instance, an appointment, for instance, retirement benefits, for instance, how much freedom a faculty get for introducing courses, introducing new structures, new things to the curriculum, etc., etc. And when it comes to the student, faculty relations, it's quite central to an academic institution. So formalist view में हम उसको समझेंगे. When it comes to a study of election, for instance, the larger structure it's an event, and it is governed or it is administered by electoral management bodies. Like in case of India, it is the Election Commission of India, and Election of Commission of India का structure क्या है? There are a lot of different officials who kind of function, but then let me also tell you that Election Commission of India is not a big institution. It's not a huge organization. It's a very small organization. But how they have been functioning in their structure, they also take into the officials, for instance, the teachers. have been playing a very central role, especially the faculties from the colleges. So since 1952 elections, the teachers of the schools and then faculty members have been playing a very central role to conducting elections and event like, election in India. So they make a part of this larger structure. And when it comes to the relations, it talks about the accommodation of, the people's, how the people are interacting or having a conversation with the election commission. So all sorts of allegations, for instance, it's very interesting. The allegations about EVM, allegations about whatever, it is a part of this relationships. So we are talking about that, how people are relating with that particular electoral management body. So उनके साथ क्या क्या बातचीत हो रहे हैं, जैसे अभी इलेक्शन के बाद ECI, the chief election commissioner have said कि now I hope that the voters are assured that there was not much anomaly in terms of EVM. So, and why that came from the chief election commissioner, because there was a lot of conversation about the mischiefs, possible mischiefs in electoral management, EVMs. So ये जो बातचीत हो रहे हैं, ये जो allegations हो रहे हैं, electoral bond के बारे में हमने सबने बात किया, देखा, there are different public debates about it. This talks about the relationship between that organization, the structure, the larger structure called election commission, and the people in it. But this is how we can approach this, studying election. Now, let me tell you something from my own field. Like, as I have mentioned that I revisited my field when I was preparing for this lecture. So I have revisited the field through my field notes. After almost 14 years, I conducted my field work in, not 14 years, I think 12 years, in 2012, in a northeastern, village of Assam. And many questions arose. I mean, when I was thinking, then many questions. And another important thing, I mean, this very significant, is that field notes are not a part of the structure of doing ethnography. It is not mandatory that you have to make a field note. Field note is simple, that the notes you make in field. So you go to a field, just say the traditional way of doing field work is that the researcher goes to study the others. I mean, there's also, I have to mention it here, there's a whole, this doing ethnography or this observing, others, ये जो हम बात कर रहे कि मैं यहाँ पे बैठ के मैं दूसरों को देख रही हूँ, वहाँ पे मैं पार्टिसिपेट कर सकती हूँ, नहीं भी पार्टिसिपेट करती हूँ, लेकिन मैं दूसरों को जो देख रही हूँ, ये जो तरीका है, ये जो ट्रेडिशन है, it has developed from the whole the colonial way of doing anthropology, because it has a genesis in the colonial practice, where it was a shock for the Western colonizers when they had come out of the Western countries and then had seen that there are a lot of other people than us. It is not just me, but बहुत सारे अलग-अलग cultures हैं. So when the person from Britain in 17th century, in 16th century came to India, it was a shock for them to discover the diverse culture in different reasons. First of all, the reasons, as someone has mentioned about the food habit, and I had discussed about it, that the colonizers were very shocked to see different sort of eating food habits. That these are beyond their imagination, that it could be the things are like this are also eaten, and there's a food culture in the reasons. So with this kind of shock, they started observing or seeing the others. So census reports, for instance, in the Indian census reports, are very glaring example of the representation. वो colonizers आके दूसरों को देख के वो लोग क्या क्या लिख रहे थे उनके बारे में. So there are very interesting accounts. These are very interesting accounts to read. So ये जो representation का politics है, जो मैं बोल रही हूँ writing के बारे में, so it is a very colonial way of representation. So it has a lot of problem. The biasness is like it is a colonial. It's a highly subjective. Anyways, I mean, though it apparently it looks like that it's an objective, whatever they had seen about Eastern culture, they were writing about it. लेकिन यहाँ पे जैसे, for instance, about the naked Naga. The Hammondorff's very glaring example, that the naked Naga, when he wrote about it, that's they don't wear clothes, And also this whole tribal question, how the colonial, ethnographers had engaged with this tribal question, that they're the others. वो हम नहीं है, वो हमसे अलग है. So ये जो अलग होने का जो observation है, इसमें it is very central. I mean, it's quite, it's quite central to doing ethnographic research. तो यहाँ पे self is an important researcher, and then researcher दूसरे को देख रहे हैं. So there's a very possible, possibility of biasness. ये बहुत subjective हो सकता है, ये problematic भी हो सकता है कि हम दूसरों को कैसे दिखा रहे हैं, हम दूसरों को हमसे बुरा दिखा रहे हैं, अच्छा दिखा रहे हैं. So ये जो the basic problem of doing ethnography. But yes, as I have said, that it has evolved a lot, and it has accommodated, addressed these questions in a very, very interesting manner. And why I have said that is because, when I was revisiting this field notes, and also about this field note, that you go there, a researcher goes to a site, preferably other. It can be self-study also. There are a lot of ethnographers who had done a self-study. Like being an Indian, if I do a study of India, then of course, I mean, it's too big, India, to do an ethnographic research, because ethnographic research doesn't take big samples. I mean, I can't consider India as my site. I have to consider a particular reason, because it talks about, it gives us the nuances of a particular reason. So उनके जो विस्तार से बताने का जो तरीका होता है ethnographic research में, वो इसके वजह से we cannot consider a large space in terms of space. So the general observation, general practice ये होता है कि हम जाते हैं, researcher जाते हैं, एक दूसरे जगह पे जाते बैठते हैं, we observe, we do the research. हम अगर interview कर रहे हैं, हम अगर questionnaire कर रहे हैं तो questionnaire कर रहे हैं, अगर हम life history कर रहे हैं तो हम एक ही person के जाके, या फिर 2 person का life history हम कर सकते हैं, 3 भी कर सकते हैं, उनके साथ बैठ के हम बात कर रहे हैं, हम observe कर रहे हैं. Observation will always remain. I mean, whatever method we take, case study, interview, whatever we take, but an observation is the backdrop of it. It's a larger, method that we dwell on. हम जाके बैठते देख रहे हैं, हम लेकिन जो village notes हैं, they are not integral, that nobody would say that you have to do this, because there's a lot of independence given to the researcher, that how the researcher will do it. लेकिन जो notes होता है वो बहुत important होता है, because once I come back from the field, शाम को आके जब हम वो notes बनाते हैं, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा देखने को मिलता है, because जो हो रहा है अभी घट रहा है उसको, which is very central to again historical research also, कि historians generally wait for the time to settle. So एक बार time settle हो जाए, उसके बाद they rely on the records. But then ethnographers, they do not rely just on the records. They can rely on the records also. But at the same time, they rely on what is seen, हमने क्या देखा है, and also लोगों ने क्या बोला है. So उसके बारे में हम आके हम पूरा conversation को, what I do as an ethnographer is that I come back and then I do, and then उसको सोच के उसको note बनाते कि हमने ये देखा है. For instance, हम अगर एक woman interview से बात कर रहे हैं and उनके life history ले रहे हैं, उनके बारे में हम वहाँ पे जो बातचीत चल रहा है, थोड़ा सा note हम वहाँ पे बना सकते हैं. Generally हम बनाते हैं या फिर आजकल record करते हैं. And अगर ऐसा, and there's not much time, वहाँ पे होता है कि conversation हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हम 10 चीजों के बारे में बातचीत नहीं कर सकते. For instance, हम अगर एक woman participant को पूछ रहे हैं, उनसे बातचीत हो रहा है, उनके घर में background में क्या चल रहा है, या फिर हम जहाँ पे बैठे हैं वहां पे मुझे क्या क्या देखने को मिला है, बहुत सारी चीजें हो सकते हैं. उनके जो ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन है वो खेल रहे हैं वहां पे, क्या गेम खेल रहे हैं, वो लोग क्या बात कर रहे हैं, वो लोग हाउ इंटरेस्टेड इन द टॉक, दैट मैं वहां पे हूँ, मेरी स्थिति के बारे में उनको क्या, मीन हाउ अवेयर ऑफ देम, ऑफ मी, वेयर दे. सो ये सब जो चीजें हैं वो कन्वर्सेशन के दौरान हम नहीं लिख पाते हैं. सो देयर इज अ very relevant and very, very important practice that ethnographers they do is that they note down. So हम उनको note down करते हैं, note down करके उसके बारे में हम notes बनाते हैं. So while preparing for this, I went back to my notes. So I was conducting and also just to mention, Remembered Village was actually written from the memory. here memory also again very important, because oral history में memory plays a very important role. जो याद रहता है लोग वही बोलते हैं, उसी के बारे में बात करते हैं. So memory is a very important site. And remembered village में क्या हुआ कि M.N. श्रीनिवास का जो village जो notes था, जो field notes था, सारे जल गए. So it was on fire. So he didn't have anything in written. So what he did is like he wrote about that village, that ethnographic research from his memory. So, but and that's a very another way of doing it. I mean, that adds to the horizon of doing ethnography. But then village notes are very, very central. So I'll just move ahead. I don't have much time, but then, yeah. So while I was revisiting this, my field notes, so यहाँ पे मैं क्या कर रही थी? So I just remembered a person called Humesor Mary, a person from a missing tribal community from that particular village. And I was thinking that why he voted. I mean, he's a missing tribal community person, and then he voted for Deori Autonomous Council vote, which happened in June in 2011. And I went to the field in 2012. So I made some notes and then, about him. And I was thinking about it when I was writing about it for this lecture. And also I was thinking that why a person called, Rahul and his friends, who are the caste Hindu people from that same village, same revenue village. There were 3 different tribal communities in that particular village: Kaikhanti, Deuri, and then missing. And then the caste Hindu, different caste Hindu population in the same village, same revenue village. So why this caste Hindu people did not vote for the Deuri Autonomous Council? So I was just, thinking. And then I recalled that conversation I was having with, Humesor Miri. And then it has enlightened many of the corners of my primary field site, which was the name of the village was Kanbari, and which is a multi-sites. As I have said, that there are different tribal communities and caste communities. So, and then it also enlightened me. I revisited the site of, Deori Autonomous Council, which is a statutory autonomous council, which is a non-territorial autonomous council. There are 2 types of autonomous council in the Northeast area, which is under 6th schedule and under the non-territorial, which is a state government initiative, and which doesn't give a territorial, autonomy to a particular tribe. So it is given to smaller tribal communities like Deuri, Missing, Rabha, Tiwa, etc. So they get the autonomy to decide on, take a call on the development sectors. कि क्या policies लाना है, कहाँ से funding आएगा, funding central government से आएगा, state government के through autonomous councils में आएगा, कहाँ पे उनको implement करना है, उसके बारे में decision लेने के लिए they have the autonomy. लेकिन जो 6th schedule के अंदर होते हैं, जो territorial होते हैं, वो difference होता है कि they are territorial. I mean, they have a defined, border, which is not the case of what I'm talking about. The Deori Autonomous Council का वो नहीं है. I mean, it's a statutory tribal autonomous council. And along with 5 others, as I have said, Tiwa, Rabha, etc. And I revisited the polling booths, the voters. I had seen images of the polling booths and the voters and the candidates, elections and the campaigns, manifestos. I have collected all these things, and the conflict on the day of the election. I mean, which was the central focus of my study. कि ये conflict क्यों हुआ? What is the context to this particular conflict? And of course, from the sites emerge the various structures of an event called election. As I have mentioned that, it is the practice of, the booth, the candidates, the manifestos, the voters, etc., the elements of this particular event called election. So, हम जब election के बारे में ethnographic study करेंगे, these are the components that we have to be attentive about. और sometimes ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि हम election के बारे में ethnographic study कर रहे हैं, हम बस एक चीजों को देख रहे हैं, हम booth को देख रहे हैं. So उसमें एक बूथ भी आप ले सकते हो, और 2, 3 या 10 बूथ भी आप ले सकते हो. That depends on that is up to the discretion of the researcher. So this practice of revisiting these sites also reminded me of, Bourdieu's phrase. There's the sociologist Bourdieu's phrase, a structure of practice. So it is the structure, how the practice का जो structure है, उनका जो उनका जो the structure, I mean, how we practice an event, how we do it, उनका एक structure होता है. So Baudier has referred to it as a structure of practice. And we are participating in an ever-changing structure. जो 2024 का event call election, जो general election है, वो 2019 से कई अलग है. Just not in terms of results, not in terms of vote share, but in terms of the larger political context of it, political narrative of it. In terms of participation, definitely there are changes. In terms of result, definitely there are changes. So it's an ever-changing, event. So when we do an ethnographic study of an election, we have to also take a note of this, that this is not a static event. जो हर साल होता है 52 से हो रहा है, यहाँ पे अभी चलेगा, ये कभी भी अलग नहीं होगा. But it's a different sort of elections. Every election is different and it is ever changing. Then it has, I just recalled it. And also it is a ritual. Prime Minister has also mentioned about it, I think before the oath taking, I don't recall exactly, but then he had said कि ये तो उत्सव है, it's a festival. So ये जो festival की जो बात है, ये बहुत ethnographers का एक बहुत ही central seeing है, observation है, कि election बस एक event नहीं है, election बस एक ever changing practice नहीं है. Election is also a very important festival and a ritual, especially in a country like India. इतने diverse communities को इकट्ठा करके एक ही practice में इनको लाना, अलग-अलग geographical area में, because there are different challenges of these different geographical areas. जो EVM लेके जाते हैं carry करना, for instance, there are a lot of stories about it. जो Himalaya regions में जाते हैं, उसको कैसे carry करके लेके जाते हैं, there are a lot of challenges. 52 के elections में ये challenges, elephants वगैरह, I mean animals को use करके लेके, now the infrastructure has changed. So see, it has a lot of larger historical context to it. So ये जो, and also this is a huge ritual and we are always excited about it. I mean, Indians are always excited about this big event and हम इसको बहुत eagerly हम इसके लिए wait करते हैं and उसको बहुत closely देखते हैं. So कोई ना, I mean, almost everybody, not just the ones who are voting, but जो vote नहीं कर रहे हैं वो भी इसमें engage होता है. So it's a ritual for the social scientist or for an ethnographer. It's a very important observation that we see election as not just an event, not just as an ever-changing practice, but we see it as a ritual. So and when I was thinking of all these, it immediately made me a keen seer of this theater of democracy. So यहाँ पे ये भी बोला जा रहा है, अभी जो सेफोलॉजिस्ट है, जो एनालिसिस हो रहा है, जो मीडिया में भी चल रहा है, अल्टरनेटिव मीडिया में भी बातचीत चल रहा है कि ये इट्स अ ह्यूज थिएटर. सो इसका जो डायनामिक्स होता है, इनका जो प्लेयर्स होता है, इनके जो एक्टर्स होते हैं, इसको लेके जो it is always called as a theater of democracy. So there's an interpretative imposition to it. I mean, not imposition, but interpretative approach to study an event called election. To say it's very simply, ethnography, this, as I have said, that it comprises of two parts, the graphy and then writing of the people. But here it is a writing of election. So how do we write about election? So there are different टिप्पणी जो होते हैं, हम उसके बारे में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम कमेंट्री के बारे में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. बट जब हमें एक रिसर्च करनी होती है, हम पॉलिटिकल साइंस के जो इलेक्शन, पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट के जो इलेक्शंस को समझने का तरीका है, उनको लिखने का तरीका है, हम उसके बारे में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. उसके अलावा हम कैसे इलेक्शंस के बारे में लिख सकते हैं? जैसे anthropologists like ethnographers like Mukulika Banerjee has written very in depth, I mean, बहुत elaborately इनको लिखा है कि जब बोलते हैं कि वो देखते हैं कि जैसे एक वोटर का not just the caste affiliation or not just a community affiliation, but then she says that how a voter sees it as a very important day of his life. सबसे अच्छा कपड़ा पहन के जाएंगे. So she also mentioned about writes about the referred to the festival like Diwali और जहाँ पे हम रंगोली बनाते हैं, अलग अलग कलर्स को वो करते हैं. So there's a, you know, she saw the different sort of attires, अलग अलग कलर के जो कपड़े हम पहन के जाते हैं, सबसे बेस्ट कपड़ा हम रख के, I mean, she had given an account of a village in West Bengal where she was talking to a woman voter, and then she said that, you know, I kept the sari to wear it on the election day because, you know, अलग बाकी दिनों में हम बाहर जाएं कि ना जाए वो अलग बात है, लेकिन इलेक्शन में तो हमें पता है कि पंच तो हमें लेके जाएगा ही जाएगा वोट देने के लिए. सो हम बाहर जाएंगे ही जाएंगे. सो इसके लिए मुझे एक अच्छा कपड़ा चाहिए. सो मैं इसको संभाल के रखती हूँ ताकि हम वोट दे सके. उस दिन मैं पहन के जा सकती हूँ वोट के दिन. और एक चीज वो बोलते कि कैसे वो जो पंच के बारे में बोल रही थी कि उनको कैसे लेके जाते थे, बुलक कार्ड में पैसे उनके माँ को लेके जाते थे. अभी उनको एक गाड़ी दिया गया है तो उनको लेके जाते हैं. वो लोग समझते हैं कि ये लोग हमने जिनको वोट देने के लिए बोले हैं उनको ही वोट देंगे, लेकिन असल में वो लोग किनको वोट देते हैं उनके जो पर्सनल रीजनिंग है उसके ऊपर बेस करके वोट देते हैं. सो ये जो बहुत नुआंस्ड सीइंग है, ये जो देखने का जो तरीका है कि इतने छोटे छोटे एक वोटर को उनके वोट का लार्जर पिक्चर में क्या इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, सरकार चेंज हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है, या फिर क्या हुआ है, उस इट इज नॉट दैट इम्पोर्टेंट. रादर what is important is that personal, that छोटा छोटा जो चीजें हैं which is quite central. क्योंकि ये क्या बताते हैं कि एक बहुत रूरल एरिया से आने वाले महिला के लिए इलेक्शन जैसे एक बड़ी चीज जिसके ऊपर अपेरेंटली उनका कोई से नहीं होता है, उनका कोई कंट्रोल नहीं होता है, बट दैट इज सो इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर हर. एंड देन शी आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन, व्हाई डू द पुअर वोट? सो ये एक तरीका होता है इलेक्शन को देखने का. उसका रिजल्ट से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. सो लेकिन ये देखने का एक तरीका है. दिस इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. So just to go ahead, so yeah, as I was talking about this, the doing qualitative research. So as I have mentioned that political scientists कैसे elections को देखते हैं. The doing ethnography it proposes ethnography of election. It proposes to see beyond the structure. So ये जो मैं बोल रही हूँ कि छोटे छोटे चीजों को देखना क्यों जरूरी है, because it leads us to seeing beyond the structure. जो larger जो structure है उससे ऊपर जाके, उसके beyond जाके जो देखना होता है, that is the seeing of election in ethnography, and which most of the social sciences research do. Of course, I mean, in political science also, it is not just, you know, they do not just talk about the larger structure, but they do talk about the fields. They conduct surveys and research, so they do talk about it. But then the scope in ethnography is that हम ज़्यादा बारीकी से उसको देख सकते हैं, बहुत डिटेल हम देख सकते हैं. So to borrow M.N. Srinivas's, worm's eye view against the bird's eye view, as the analogy, worm's eye view suggests a view from the below, from the ground. It expands the horizon of seeing as it sees the top from the bottom, unlike the formalist view. यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि जब हम जो क्वालिटेटिव मेथड के बारे में हम जब बात कर रहे थे, सर्वे मेथड के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, एंड देन वी आर आल्सो thinking of we are thinking of I mentioned about this thing that ये आखिरी का गेम नहीं है. ये वाला जो इलेक्शन के बारे में जो योगेंद्र यादव बता रहे थे, ये आखिरी का गेम नहीं है, ये इकबाल की बात है. सो ये जो आखिरी इकबाल की जो बात है, यही बात यहाँ पे बोला जा रहा है कि ये इट वाज अ वर्म्स आई व्यू. वर्म्स आई व्यू ही हमें ये इकबाल के बारे में जो बात हो रही है उसके बारे में बता सकते हैं. ग्रास रूट में जाके हम ग्रास रूट बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन आई वुड प्रिफर इट टू कॉल इट अ वर्म्स आई व्यू. वर्म के जो देखने का तरीका है बहुत नुआंस होता है, अनलाइक द बर्ड्स. तो सर्वे मेथड में क्या होता है, it's a hit and run. You just do a kind of sample survey and then do it and then go there, do the research, come back. जर्नलिस्ट का भी ये अप्रोच होता है कि you go there and then you do a study, आगे पीछे जाते हैं, बट उनका एंगेजमेंट ज्यादा लंबा नहीं होता है. लेकिन ये वर्म जो होता है वो सॉइल में रह के उसके पूरे जो नेचर ऑफ द सॉइल can be, seen, the worm's eye view. So that's why the Srinivas has said that it's a worm eye. So it expands the horizon of seeing. So the formalist view of election proposes to see the election as a structure or an event without denying the structure. The substantivist view expands the vision to see the structure by seeing multiple structures in multiple relations. As I have mentioned about the stocks and this booth and then candidate campaign, etc. So इसमें जो substantive view होता है उसमें हम ज़्यादा components को include कर सकते हैं. So this view sees the election as a site, as a phenomenon of micro, एकदम छोटा. Only the worms can see that. जो soils में रहते हैं. So it sees the election as an event, as a ritual, as I have said, and it sees deeper, sees the structure of the event, helping to understand the larger structure. So हो सकता है कि results में उसकी कोई reflections नहीं आती है, लेकिन मैंने किस लिए किसको वोट दिया as a very simple and very irrelevant voter, उसका एक importance होता है. वो इकबाल की बात करते हैं, आखिरी की बात नहीं करते हैं. So it's not just about the election. To understand the process, इकबाल की बात करना बहुत जरूरी है, जो सिर्फ worms देख सकते हैं. So it provides a base for the larger structure, of course. ये larger structure के बारे में भी बात करते हैं, but of course not about the immediate election. So in that sense, it provides the base for the larger structure, and it suggests that a constant conversation between the local and then global, the base and then structure is happening, and that they often inform each other. हम एक दूसरे के साथ वो जो local का, मेरा एक simple voter and then the larger structure के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. हम हमारी बातचीत हो रही है, हम उस बातचीत के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. So and each other, and many times it intimates the improvisation. So जो improvisations होते हैं, जैसे constitutional, I mean, I'll just read out to this. So let me again draw from M.N. Srinivas, the grassroots of democracy, the fields studies of the Indian elections, and you'll see that how it impacts. That in 1971, the Election Commission made an important change in the method of counting ballots. So in earlier elections, ballots in the earlier elections, the cast at each polling station were counted separately, and the figures of the voting for the various candidates were made available for each polling station. So it was therefore possible to know how the voters in a small community or a locality had voted. This method was widely perceived as violation of the principle of voting by secret ballot. So in 1971, however, the ballots cast at all the polling stations in a constituency were pulled together and then counted. So it was now impossible to understand the pattern of voting in a small community from results. And the researcher in our project, the project M.N. Srinivas was doing for the election study, had therefore to advise the other techniques to ascertain voting behavior. So this talks about, this is very central, this is very important, is that it talks about that how the local, I mean, Ajay, before 71 के election से पहले, it was possible to understand the community dynamics. कि एक community किसको vote दे रहे हैं, इसके बारे में जानना हमारे लिए possible था. लेकिन अभी वो change हो रहा है. क्यों change हो रहा है after 71? Because it is violating the larger right, voting by secret. So ये जो secrecy maintain कर, integrity maintain करने के लिए इसको change किया गया. So this is a reflection from the local, जो larger structure में change लाया. So it is not always like that कि small observations or local inferences cannot impact the larger structure. So बड़ी चीजें भी change हो सकती है. And also this talks about the improvisation of doing ethnography. हम ethnography फिर कैसे करेंगे? अभी जब ये voting behavior हमें पता नहीं चलेगा, I mean community specific voting behavior हमें पता नहीं चलेगा, तो हम कैसे उसको study करेंगे? For that we had to imply, I mean they had to imply for this project a different kind of research. And then it says that how the community specific voting behavior were studied. So this is not just that I mean, it never had a relevance to the larger structure, but it has a very relevant implications in a larger structure also. And at the same time, ethnography constantly improves itself to bring in the nuances, right? So I'll ask that how much time do I have? I mean, if we go to I mean, if we have a question answer session, then I would like to wind up. Can someone tell
Yes,
me?
yes, ma'am. We have 10 minutes left about, so we can also left for this time left for the participant to ask the questions. Can we take the questions from the participants?
Yes, yes, yes. So I will,
Or you want to wind up as soon as possible? It would be better.
I'll just take a minute to
Okay.
wind, and
Yes,
then
you can.
yeah,
Please.
yeah. Then we move towards. So yeah. So and then just to bring, I'm winding up. I had some more slides to show you, but then I don't have much time. So just to paraphrase this observation is that this simply tells us that the worms and then birds are engaged in a constant conversation. The seeing, the different sort of seeing, नीचे से देखना, ऊपर से देखना. It's not like they're अलग-अलग. In ethnography, we can include both this seeing. नीचे से देखने को भी, ऊपर से देखने को, दोनों को हम include करके जो larger, जो total में हम जो structure हमें दिखाई देता है, वो हम पढ़ सकते हैं. It says that how large structure changes with the information from the base. And it was not just about the violation of the principle of voting by secret ballot, but it also told how the voting behavior could be manipulated in the basis of community-based identity. So this is why this was important to maintain that integrity. It asked an interesting question. Is it not important to know how does a community vote? To ask this question in the context of a larger, democratic value, it is against the principle of democracy. But ये जानना भी जरूरी है कि किन community ने किनको vote दिया, because there is a political dynamics around it. So how do we do that? But if we try to ask this question in a context of community-based, manipulation in the voting behavior, then it tells much more without even any answer. So we all know, I mean, this is a very central political, context we have in India. So this reminds me of a very recent, clip before the election. I was hearing of a stand-up comedian. He was making that यहाँ पे अगर हम जाति विवाद के बारे में बात ना करें तो Indian voters को कुछ पता ही नहीं किसको वोट देना है. So this is quite central. The community-based voting behavior जानना भी बहुत जरूरी है. So हम कैसे जान सकते हैं? So हम ऐसे जान सकते हैं, so the ethnography has this, only ethnographic method has this scope that हम दोनों को integrity को maintain करके भी हम community based जो voting behavior है हम उनको भी जान सकते हैं. कैसे? community based voters से बात करके. So so that they will almost, and then the artist, I mean, that I was referring, that he said that just 2 sentences without any, facial expression, as I have said, which made it very intensely animated. So the sentence where for a moment, just for a moment, remove the caste from the minds of the voters in India, they will almost feel lost without a clue whom to vote, how to vote, and then who to vote. So this is the context. And then how we address this problem, this particular phrase, that whom, why, what, and why, where, this fundamental questions of the voting behavior, ये कैसे हो सकता है? As I have said, that हम grassroots में जाके, worms से बात करके, we can also talk about the larger picture and also engage or draw from the local picture. So I would end here. There were some more slides, but I'll end here. I'll be happy to have some conversation or have some questions from your side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for timely wind up the sessions. Now I request all the participants to kindly post the questions in the chat box. First of all, now I request to our faculty member, Dr. Khwaja Danish Hamid sir, to ask your questions to ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a valuable insight, ma'am. My few simple questions that I have to ask from you. Just a general observation, ma'am. Why do nation states fail to absorb tribals, be it from northwest frontier province or northeast frontier province, properly? They are not able to integrate themselves in the nation state. Why there is a need for an inclusive policy? Why there is such type of incompatibility, ma'am? So just wanted to know if you can throw some insights into it.
Yeah. So should I answer it? Yeah. Okay. I think this is not just specific about Northwest or Northeast. This is quite, I mean, at the current scenario, all the administrative models, the policy interventions done by the government in India for inclusiveness, I mean, to include all sorts of, tribes from different regions of India, have failed in a very, it's very significant that it has failed. I mean, we talk about the principle of integration, we talk about assimilation, isolation, of course, I mean, that they're out of context. But then the larger philosophy of inclusiveness or inclusion is very problematic, because it doesn't talk about, I mean, the whole principle that on where India started as a new nation state, the diversity, the unity in diversity question. It is not it didn't reflect in the policy level, because when it became policy, it is just about the development question. It is just about questioning, include the tribes in terms of, just in terms of developmental activities, or include them in a larger economic political economy of the new nation state. That's a very, very, very problematic, approach, I would say. So whatever principle it is, be it integration, be it assimilation, it is about to, bring the tribes within the larger political economy. But they have their independent political economy, because it is very reason specific, as you said. So, and then this whole culture, the card which is always used by the new nation state, for inclusiveness, it's highly, highly problematic, because inclusiveness, I mean, how do we include culture? I mean, is it what is that larger culture that includes the smaller cultures? Culture itself is a very, very inclusive and a very broad term. So it has a sense of independence when it comes to, small culture, big culture, these are very problematic, things. So when it comes to accommodating of the cultures, I think that approach is very, very, and that's why the new nation states have failed, because there can't be any legal measures to include cultures. For instance, I mean, I can give the example of Assam. This Assamization happened, and then there was a proposal. So citizenship amendment hua 85 mein. This had addressed the question of citizenship in Assam, particularly for Assam. So it has created an space for Assam in the legal citizenship discourse in India. But then what about the Assamese nationality question? The the clause 6A of the Assam Accord is still they're struggling with the legalization of this process. So I think this won't work. So, and also this whole developmental model, this inclusiveness in terms of development, it is a failed model, as we can see. So yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Next question is, ma'am, in your presentation, ma'am, you are talking about the tribes which were used as a in tree plantations, for that matter. Ma'am, do Rohingyas also contributed in tea production and plantation in Assam? Just was curious to know. And and how do they fit into the Northeastern society? And how to trace their origin, or how to do an ethnographic study on Rohingyas, for that matter? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Rohingya is not a tribe, or is not a community which is still there. I mean, who are there in Assam, so they're migrating. So they were, of course, not a part of the larger tea garden laborer communities who were brought from the central and then western eastern provinces of India. So it's a very recent phenomenon. I mean, there were some community members maybe scattered in different parts of Assam. So it's a very recently they have started migrating and settling in, but not very significantly, not just in, not in northeastern region, but they have moved to parts of, Delhi and other areas. So that talks a lot about this, migration, changing migration pattern. So the whole migration narrative is also, changing. And also it has the whole question of the development and also availability of the job, skillful laborers, cheap laborers. So where is the market? So the main attention nowadays for the migrants also, all sorts of migrants, not just the Rohingyas, is that they try to find a place where they can find a job, or they can find or where there's a whole labor market. It's shifting, I mean, which was unlike the colonial Assam or Northeast India, because there were a lot of gaps in terms of getting laborers in that time, as I have explained in my presentation, that there's a they struggle to get laborers. But that is not the case right now. There are other urban spaces which need more laborers. So the attention is now the migration pattern is whole changing, and it is changing around the question of the urban scape and then the development question. So they're moving to a more developed regions. And when it comes to doing an ethnography of Rohingyas, I think it will be a very interesting ethnography, because it will talk more about mobility than staticity, because it is not the community is in transition. It is moving, not just in transition in terms of political space from one country to the one state to the other, but it is also moving constantly moving. So it talks about the changing identity, the dynamics of it. So I think the ethnography of mobility has a very great scope when it comes to doing an ethnography of Rohingya. Yeah. Thank you.
Ma'am, my next question is that if you are to take Orientalism into consideration, the theory of Orientalism into consideration, while doing ethnography, our gaze will always remain colonial. So it will be a sort of a tunnel vision. So why don't we have our own ethnographic tools for that matter, or we should interpret ethnography according to the Indian traditions? So why to have a colonial mindset? Why, or you can say a colonial tool for doing ethnographic study? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very interesting question. But then, though, as I have said, that it has a colonial legacy. I mean, we can't deny that, because the whole discipline has started like that. But then, as I have said, that it has evolved a lot. Significantly, it has evolved. And then there are a lot of, Indian ethnographers or ethnographers from other countries also who has done work in India, bringing in the Indian tradition very closely. For instance, we have, I'm not talking about the colonial ethnographers or the ethnographers who had worked during only the colonial time and had contributed to the shaping of the administrative policies. I'm not talking about that phase. I'm talking about the recent phase. For instance, as a practitioner, I myself rely a lot on the vernacular literatures. I mean, I don't want to call it a vernacular literature, but then Indian languages, for instance. So, and also the field, I mean, as we go to the field, then there's a lot of scope in terms of improvisation. So it is not just the standard tools and techniques. So as an ethnographer, I'm very critical of this. Even I'm critical of the whole question of the participant, non-participatory. I mean, these are very technical ways of understanding, and it has a legacy in the whole debate about making social sciences scientific. So I'm not very much for into it, because as we have moved, as I have said, the 1990s development in terms of reflexivity, it gives us a lot of scope and then space for the researchers to improve it constantly. So there are a lot of writings about it in ethnography, where the researcher has all the liberty, discretion to improve the techniques and tools according to the circumstances. So we can make our personal choices. That is the beauty of ethnography, I would say. Though, yeah, there's a criticism to it, that it is always, it will problematic, then the whole question of biasness would come. And I think the whole, see, the engagement with the theoretical perception of Orientalism, I think it's a very evolved space now. Of course, we can engage with this whole debate, but then it won't give us a solution to what we really want to do. So if you want to accommodative, then we can accommodate a lot. And we can draw in, especially in terms of Indian context, I would say that the drawing from the Indian languages, not just in terms of written form, but in terms of oral form. So there's this need of conversation between different Indian languages also. So I would say that the ethnographers who are working in India, it's a very important thing that we learn each other's language. So multiple languages it's so central to, and it's so embedded in the rich Indian literary tradition. Yeah, so I hope I answered.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, my next question is a slight critique of your presentation. Somewhere in your presentation, you have said that you should consult the state archives. I find this slightly difficult to absorb, that archives are used to fix our identity by the state. And so how can they be used as a good source of doing ethnography or studying history for that matter? And secondly, do the tribals will always remain subaltern in our history? As a soothsayer, I just wanted to know from your side. Thank you. There are two questions.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very interesting question, but then I would just, I'll just go back to my own presentation, and then maybe I have mispresented it, but then I have very clearly said that I do go back to the record of the state archive, but then I engage with the oral history. I mean, I mentioned it as a tool in my slides, if I remember correctly. And also the images that I had shown you, they were not from the state archive. They were from the personal archives. So I personally as a researcher have explored the personal archives, the alternative archives other than state archives, and also the oral history. So what I do in practice as a researcher is that I go to the state archive, I look at the files, I look at the documents, I look at the representation of the state, how state is presenting or representing the event or whatever I'm researching about. Then I confirm it with alternative sources. First of all, the oral histories. Second is the personal archive and newspapers and magazines. So these are very important alternative sources which can confirm or which can negate or which can give us a criticism towards the representation of the state archive. So I'm very against this idea that you just, that's why I'm a critique of the traditional history writing, method, that we just rely on the state sources. No, that's not. The ethnographers always rely on the oral histories. They confirm what the state has represented or wrongly represented. So that's what the answer for my first, but I'm forgetting the second part. Sorry.
Second question was that do the tribal will always remain as subaltern in our history?
No, I think this is a very, very problematic, phrase that we are just engaging repeatedly, that, the subalterns, whether they can speak or not. I personally, I do not believe in that. I mean, there's a lot of, now there's a lot of shifts in this whole, theoretical understanding of subaltern at the first place. And second place, I think there are a lot of, research which are coming up from the tribal researchers itself. So there's a representation, but also the politics. I mean, I'm also critical of this representational, thing, which I think I was asked in the earlier question also, that representation of the West India and then Northeastern, tribes. This is again problematic, that we have, representatives from the communities itself, the tribal communities itself. But then it is also a very accommodating space in academia. I see that, there are a lot of writings from lot of research from the tribal, researchers itself. And also, and I'm not seeing it as a representation. I'm seeing it as a, self-study. For that's why I'm very much, appreciative of this method of self-study. So, I mean, if it can be done in a very careful way, I won't say scientific, because the subjectivity will always remain, then then the whole narrative, it can be changed. And then the subalternism, I think, there's a lot to engage critically with this notion. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we need to take some question from a participant. One of our participant is asking that could you please discuss again the role of reflexivity in the practice of ethnography, and how can researchers engage with their own positionality, subjectivity, and biases during the collection and interpretation of the ethnographic data?
Okay. I think I had started with that, and then as a writer, I mean, I am not just an ethnographer. As I have said, that I give a lot of importance to the writing part of it. So when it comes to the writing, the centrality of the researcher or the writer or the ethnographer is I think, very basic and very, very, very primary to this ethnographic research. It gives a lot of that's why the earlier answers also kind of complements this answer with the thing that when it comes to the doing ethnography, even it helps in the process doing ethnography, is that the scope of improvisation totally lies on the discretion of the researcher. So if I'm not independent enough to improve my method, my tools and my techniques while gathering, while doing the field work, while conducting the field work, then how would I address how would I kind of draw the nuances? It's impossible. So the whole, that's why I'm saying that the beauty of ethnography lies in the whole, possibility of improvisation, the scope for improvisation. First, in the methodology, while gathering informations or doing fieldwork, conducting fieldwork. And second, the writing part. For instance, I'll give you the example of very beautiful ethnographic account of Marjorie Sostrek's Nisha, which talks about it just a conversation. I mean, Marjorie Sostrek is she's writing and she's talking, she's having a conversation with the female informant. I mean, if we use these words to be subjective, but then it is written in the form of I. So the centrality to the researcher or the writer is given, that I am very much there. So it is very central to it. I mean, nobody can deny the positionality of that particular researcher or the writer. I mean, I am writing it. That is the end of the story. I mean, it says a lot. It is someone is writing, and then how can one expect that the one who is writing is absent? It is. I find it very problematic. And it is problematic. That's why this whole reflexivity school has said that given centrality to the, I mean, and also it has argued that it is quite objective to become subjective. So I think without that centrality, none of this part, ethnography, the doing ethnography, conducting the research, and then the writing part is possible. Yeah, hope I had answered it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to ask a kind of question, because I have many questions, but I just summarize because there are many questions which have already been answered by you. My question is related because since I'm a student and interesting in the political science, and you are somehow presenting your ideas on the election ethnography and election studies. And the interest of my question is also refers to my belonging with the CSDS Lokniti. I have also worked as both a field research, field investigator, and the supervised the studies which were done under the CSDS Lokniti.
Okay.
So, ma'am, when we conduct this such kind of ethnographic research, so particularly research in election studies. So it is very challenging for extracting the data when people have the legitimate right of being dishonest and hiding the informations.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
therefore, you know, you are just pointed out about the 2024 elections.
Yeah.
It is very challenging for us. First of all, how can we deal such kind? Because there is only one way or another way. We need to speculate and try to, somehow articulate the interest and other side of the indicator that somehow reach the conclusion that some people and some community are going to vote for particular party and particular candidate. Secondly, sir, secondly, ma'am, my questions is that in ethnographic research, there is also a belief that there should be a kind of similarity and compatibility between their geographical identity and his or her research area. But at the same time, it also invites the biasness of the researchers. So how can we deal with both these aspects that at some time it is compatible, it is beneficial for the researcher for the sameness, for the similarity of the geographical identity and the research area, as like you, for example, you have conducted your research in Assam. So what are the challenges you faced by during your research? So it is really interesting for me to know from your side.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for asking this question. I'm being asked this question for multiple times, and then I like this question and also the earlier question. I'll start with the first question. When it comes to the discretion of the subjects or I don't like to use the subjects, but then the people whom we are talking to, having a conversation or having an interview with, and then you use the word extracting. That is again I find it very violent. We are not, I mean, as an ethnographer, the task is here, or the challenge is here, is not to extract. Why I'm seeing it is that because it also talks about the discretion, as you said, that they have all the liberty, the people we're talking to have all the liberty to not to say or mislead us. So we always go with that component. But then what is the difference between when I was I think talking about it when I was talking about the difference between the qualitative research and then the ethnography, is that ethnography provides that scope not to be extractivists in that sense. I mean, we not to extract, but to know, because there's a difference between knowing and extraction. But when it just comes into the type of research we do in, for instance, for elections, what CSDS has done, I mean, you were associated with, as you have said, is that it's a hit and run case. I would again say that the survey is a very problematic, research. I'll just give an example. I think that will clarify it better. In one of the recent fieldworks that we had done from our Center for Electoral Management Study from TISS Mumbai, we had conducted a field study in Alwar district in Rajasthan. So that is a Gujar community, which is, they are the pastoral community. They are fighting for the reservation as ST, but they're not ST. They're the OBCs. And it was a Kraska Chowki village in Sariska Reserve, Tiger Reserve. So it's a forest village. So we were just sent, and then ECI, the Election Commission of India, had identified this particular booth or this village because the voting percentage was very high. So that was the identification mark. And we had a survey prepared for it. I mean, a questionnaire prepared for this particular village. We went there. And then we realized that the whole dynamics is very interesting and very different. Why so? Because as they're not ST community, they were actually resettled by the government in way back in 2008, and they were given lands in other places, and they ideally cannot live within the forest, the Sariska Tiger Reserve, but they had been living. What they did, part of them, they have accepted the incentive given by the government. They had taken the land in the foothill area, but they moved also. Part of the household were moved, but then they continued to live in the village. So ideally, that village in the government record was non-existential. They were already shifted, displaced. But in reality, they were there, and they had been voting in the panchayat elections. So there was the voting booth was very, far from their village. So what Election Commission of India did is that they built a booth and then they made them participate. So now they have become a voter, legitimate voter in that booth. And then there's an increased number of, voters in that particular, booth. And it was very, they were, the Election Commission of India was very proud of it. And that's why we were sent there. But then we went with a very prepared, structured, very, traditional survey questionnaire, which would ask about traditional questions, that what are the problems of participating or going to the booth, etc., etc. What are do you have any issues of voting? But they had a complete different set of challenges because they were non-existential in common record. So then how did we conduct a, field work there? There we had to ignore the entire, questionnaire, the survey questionnaire that we had made, and then we had to indulge in conversations. So जब बातचीत हुआ तभी हमें पता चला कि the situation is like that. So that is the scope, huge scope of ethnography. कि we can just rely on one simple tool, which is observation and conversation, in-depth interviews. So we had conducted this village study, this research, relying on ethnography. So I think what you are seeing is that this discretion, the problem of discretion of the informants to not give information or to mislead information, mislead the interviewer or researcher, can be, addressed or can be accommodated in ethnographic study, in using the tools like observation and in-depth interviews, conversations, I would say. And coming to the next question is that, as I have just mentioned about when I was answering about the subaltern, the tribes being subaltern always, I would say that the self-study is, I'm not, again, I'm saying that it is not about the representation, but it is about the self-study, which is, again, traditionally called in anthropology, that you study your own culture or society, just like me, then it can actually help us to give a nuanced understanding of that particular, culture. Because again, this study of the other, which had this lot of colonial biases, doing ethnography of the others, has a lot of colonial biases, all sorts of, seeing others is problematic. Then the self-study has a lot of, it can complement or it can help those gaps to, meet. At the same time, of course, I agree with you that when, it is highly problematic because there's a lot of scope for biasness as well, for the subjectivity as well. As a researcher of my own culture and my own place, and also there's a very, I feel that this is a very problematic question also to ask to a researcher who does a kind of self-study, is that, how is it relevant? That is a question I also face, that how even the study of Assam is relevant to the rest of the country. I would say that it is about the question that you are asking. It is that why I'm asking a question about citizenship, particularly in the context of Assam, because the first amendment of Citizenship, Act 1955 in India happened because of Assam. It was done specifically for Assam. So it has a larger national context, right? And then the whole question of NRC, the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, has a reference to make it in Assam. So Assam always, appears into this. So the question I chose to ask was quite central to this, larger picture. So I would say that what question we ask is important as a researcher of the self study. I think we have to be careful when it comes to the question, choosing of the research question. And second thing that we should be careful about is that, and as a researcher, what I do is that I follow a very interdisciplinary kind of a method. It is not just, I won't say that it is just ethnography, because ethnography, the biasness of the ethnography can be checked by certain other tools from other disciplines, like, as I have said, the history. And also history's limitations, as I have said, that it is not just the state archive, it is a personal archive, it is an oral history that can check and balance the problems of, representation of the state's archive. So this interdisciplinarity is very important when we decide on our methodology. So humanities and social sciences, I think it is a call of the time that we just do not do a disciplinary research. We also, at the same time, we also engage with other forms of, other interdisciplinary tools that which can actually, check this problem of biasness.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I had answered the question.
Hopefully. Yes, actually, I asked this question in reference of the two books because in Makulika Banerjee 2014, Why India Votes. And again, she also conducted a very, extensive ethnography in the context of the election studies. And she concludes that there are multiplicity in the factors of behind casting vote by the people. And at the same time, if we read the Pratap Bhanu Mehta, in 2023, he wrote an essay, The Burden of the Democracy. So there is a particular factor in the context of the elections in India that there is a reciprocity of people behind casting the vote for particular party or the particular. This is the last question from my side, ma'am.
See, I would say
the point is we are facing the challenge of generalization and conclusion in the ethnography, particularly in ethnography in election studies.
Sorry, can you repeat it? The last part of it.
The challenge of making conclusion in ethnography and election studies.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you. This is very important. Why this is important is that I think this is not just for the ethnography of election, but for any research in humanities and social sciences, is that excluding, in economics, we have a very genuine, a very disciplinary, approach to reach in a conclusion or give an inference. That is a traditional disciplinary approach we have. But except that, in the disciplines of humanities and social sciences, I think the research is not just to look at or, conclude something. To have, of course, every research will have a conclusion, but then it is not the final conclusion. There's nothing like final conclusion. So we are just trying to understand. So understanding is always the priority when it comes to the research in social sciences and humanities, and specifically in the researches like ethnographic research and doing a qualitative research. So it is a main goal is to understand. So it is about the process. What Makulika has, of course, you have just referred into one essay, but then also the other essay, other writing that Mehta's writing that you had referred. But I believe that it can't be compared in terms of the conclusions. Rather, it has to be the understanding part of it. So what is the different approaches to understand in these two particular write-ups, for instance, or for any researches? So it is the knowledge, or it is a knowing of the whole, the process. So I think there lies the importance. No conclusion is final. That can't be the thing. Even in economics, one inference always, challenges the other. Even in natural sciences, in pure sciences, we always, challenge the existing, conclusions or the knowledge that we had gathered. So I think it is not about the conclusion. So yeah, ethnographic research, I believe that it has never been about the conclusion. It is about the elaborate, the nuances, the understanding of the nuances. But yeah, second part, I think, can you remind me of the second part?
Yes, my second was part was related to that, making such kind of the conclusion and the generalizations of this understanding which we.
Yeah, so I think, and also generalization is again, problematic. So when it comes to the geographical, the earlier question which I was asked, that the self-study, the geographical identity, and then the position of the researcher, that doesn't say that kind of research also doesn't suppose or propose that it has a tendency to generalize. It's a very specific case. All the researches are about the specificity or understanding of that specific process. So hope I had answered it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for taking all these questions from our side and answer them very vehemently and passionately. Thank you so much for conducting such wonderful session. And now I request to my colleague, Dr. Farah Shoaib, to kindly propose a vote of thanks for this session.
A very good afternoon to all again. On behalf of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, I, Dr. Farah Shoaib, express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Prarthna Saikia for her exceptional facilitation for today's session on ethnography in social sciences. Dr. Saikia's passion and expertise for ethnography was evident throughout the session, and I must say that we are very lucky to have her in this session. Ma'am, you made the complex concept very easy to understand, and the pictures you shared were like icing on the cake. The extensive work done by Dr. Saikia on ethnicity, nationality, and civilization of Assamese truly denote her passion and love for her region. We really enjoyed the session, ma'am. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable time and effort for this session. And we hope our participants will implement the insight they get from this session into their work. We wish to have you, ma'am, for offline session here in Integral University and future collaboration in research of your interest. Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you, ma'am. It was really wonderful session, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And then, yeah, I had a great, conversation with all of you. But can I just take the liberty to add something from the chat box? There's a question in does ethnography play a role in bridging the gap between qualitative and quantitative research?
Yes, ma'am, you can add shortly, ma'am.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly add, as I have said, that it is not just a bridge. It is not that the bridging the gap, but it is a whole. As I have said, that it can draw from both qualitative and quantitative research. So ethnography, finally, it is the writing part of it. So it is not just a bridging. In fact, it is a part of it. Ethnography, it can be qualitative research, it can be quantitative research, but it can be ethnography. And ethnography is the total account of what is being researched. So, ek chart se bhi, we can just elaborate and interpret the numbers. Wo quantitative ho gaya. And qualitative, maybe we interpret the numbers, but then of course we interpret the observations also. But wahan se jo hum likhenge, the final product, the final writing, that is the total ethnography. So it is not just the bridge, it is a totality of it. And then of course qualitative and quantitative methods, they make a part of it. Thank you. I hope I answered the question. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and thanks for your kind words. And then I really look forward to meet you, all of you, once again, not once again, more. And then I really appreciate the kind of questions were asked, and then the kind of conversations we had. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Have a good day, ma'am. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye. Bye.